in a roll call style.
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudes? Councilmember Hudes?
Here. I'm here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. Thank you. Okay, next, let's see, we don't have to approve remote participation. That's in case we have somebody out for illness. These two council members have posted their location. Next, we'll roll our video of our rules of decorum and civility.
The public is welcome to participate at town council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at town council meetings. 4. All public comments at the town council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. Next, we have our Pledge of Allegiance, and we have our pledge leaders here. So, Timothy and Franklin, come on up, please. Come all the way up here. All right, this evening to lead our pledge, we have two students from Fisher Middle School, Timothy Yang and Franklin Zhou, and they are both avid mathletes, and you can see by their shirts, they have their Fisher Mathlete shirts on. This year they represented Fisher Middle School Math Counts team. The team placed second in South Santa Clara County, Valley, in the Math Counts chapter competition, and they were promoted to California State round competition. The last time Fisher was able to make it to the state round was 20 years ago. So, all right, way to redeem the generation. Yeah. Nice job. Timothy plays a hole guard position on his water polo team where they won Pac Zone Championship last season. The team is going to Junior Olympics in July. Timothy's also a flute player for the Fisher Trojan Band. Franklin Zhou is a tenderfoot scout at Troop 342. He likes music. He's a cellist in the Fisher Chamber Orchestra and plays guitar at Silicon Valley Classical Guitar School. So we have an accomplished group of students here who are next going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll let you give the instructions.
Say You do it.
No, you do it.
I forgot.
Start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay, we can do a quick picture. Oh, you want to shake hands with the council members that are here?
Thank you.
And the vice mayor. And then I have something for you, but we'll do a quick picture under the crest first. We are so fortunate to have such energetic, enthusiastic, and involved young people. I know that our future is in great hands. So thank you so much, and you are both welcome to stay for the meeting as long as you like, and we will not be offended if you decide that you have homework or anything else to do. All right, let's see. Communication. Okay, next we have our closed session report with our town attorney.
Yes, the town council met in closed session last Tuesday to discuss existing litigation, and there's no action to report at this time.
Thank you. Our next item is council reports, and this is where members of the council report to the public on whatever activities or information we've gathered that would be of interest to the public. So I'll start with the people in the room. I'll start with our vice mayor.
Thank you. On April 6th and April 10th, I attended meetings of the Democracy Tent. On April 12th, I participated in a meeting of the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. It was preliminary review of a proposal on Twin Creeks, otherwise near Surrey Farms, that people might identify with, to subdivide 2 lots into 12 lots for a total of 24 housing units that included ADUs. On April 17th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission as an observer, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. On April 5th, in my non-government role as a Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council board member, I attended the Government LAFCO Commission meeting representing the Fire Safe Council. I happen to be a past LAFCO commissioner, and just bringing news from LAFCO. They appointed a new public member, the first new one in more than 20 years, as Susan Vikram Wilson did not reapply after more than 20 years as the public commission member. Terry Trumbull was appointed the new public appointee. He's been the alternate public member also for more than 20 years. Former Santa Clara Council member Teresa O'Neill was appointed the new public member alternate. On 4/12, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board. Nothing too much to report there. 4/13, I chaired the VTA Policy Advisory Committee. The main item of discussion was Measure B category allocations for the upcoming 2-year budget. On 4/13, afterwards, I also attended the Cities Association Legislative Action Committee and the board meeting. The board meeting, we heard from Assemblymember Berman about his legislative agenda. One of his focuses is farm worker housing after learning about the conditions of the workers in Half Moon Bay that were the target of a recent shooting up there, which happens to be in his district. His district comes all the way down to Saratoga, but does not include Los Gatos. At the Legislative Action Committee, I am the alternate. I attended for Councilmember Hudas, who was unable to attend. In that meeting, we recommended support for AB 1469, which will allow the Santa Clara Water District the ability to use its land to partner with other organizations to build housing for the homeless. In other words, they have a lot of problem with homeless in their creeks, and so they want the ability to try to get them out of the creeks. We also discussed AB 939, but opted to not take a position on the bill. This bill would have enabled easier financing for water infrastructure projects. The main reason that we decided not to was there was a provision affecting the compensation of the board members, and many committee members were not too confident we were getting the straight story after last fall's water district misleading measure, so we were not comfortable that we knew the whole story there. On 4/17 last night, I attended the Finance Commission. We just got the budget binders just at the meeting, so we were only able to ask high-level questions, and we will continue work on that. That's it.
Thank you. I'll now go to Sacramento and ask Councilmember Moore to report in.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So first, I appreciate everyone's flexibility with my remote attendance. I really value being there in person, but I'm at a work conference in Sacramento that I've been planning for a few months now, and day one went well. One thing I was very excited about is over the weekend, I was incredibly humbled to be awarded as the Ally of the Year by BAMEC, which is the Bay Area Municipal Elections Committee, which is a four-county LGBTQ political organization that's been advocating for civil rights for LGBTQ people since 1984. I received this award for my role in the United Against Hate March and in the week, and also for my response to the numerous kind of homophobic attacks that were launched against me when I ran for office. And this was a really, really big honor because there were so many people that I respect and admire in that room, one of whom was our Mayor Mariko Sayak, who was presented with the Profile and Courage Award, which was specifically created for Mariko to acknowledge the grace and leadership she brought to our community in the face of really fierce hate that we all saw. And Los Gatos was referred to as a community that's really evolving and moving beyond this vitriol. And I was really grateful to see us referred to in that way. I also attended a wonderful Ramadan iftar put on by the West Valley Muslim Association. The West Valley Muslim Association's main mosque is actually located here in Los Gatos, right off of Los Gatos Boulevard. And I was very, very glad to have them in our community. Saratoga City Council member Bilal Aftab organized this, and I attended the event alongside Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, Senator Dave Cortese, and Monty Serino, City Council member Javid Elahi. At the West Valley Sanitation District, the board of directors, we approved our initial draft budget, or we moved that to our next meeting, and we're currently forecasting a $2 million surplus, which is fantastic. So that's largely from kind of unanticipated fixes we didn't have to make to some of the existing pipeline infrastructure there. I had an interview with the Los Gatos High School paper, the El Gato, which was really great. And we have such excellent professional student journalists. So I really, really enjoyed that. I'll let the mayor talk more about this, but the two of us met with Councilmember San Jose City Councilmember Pam Foley to discuss Blossom Hill Road. I had lunch with our incoming State Senator Josh Becker, and we discussed a lot of issues, and it was a really good meeting. But we discussed collaborating on housing, homelessness, climate change, a lot of different things. And then finally, I had the session that many of us have had now with the Democracy Tent, and we discussed a lot of the big issues going on in Los Gatos. That's all I've got at this time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. Now we'll go to Japan for Councilmember Hudes.
Hello, folks. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm speaking at a conference in Kumamoto, Japan. It's a conference that they've asked me to speak at for the last 3 years, and I am finally able to do so in person. So I will be participating remotely today, and I have no meetings to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In addition to a variety of meetings, I just want to remind everybody that April is Distracted Driving Month. I attended the press conference with Sheriff Johnson and Supervisor Simidian. There was an emergency room doctor there relating a variety of stories of people that either no longer walk or don't have a son or are living with guilt the rest of their lives because they took their eyes off the road and looked at their phone for just a few seconds. So we all know that distracted driving is a terrible thing. Everybody thinks it's everyone else. Just put your phone away, not just in April, but the rest of the year, and focus on driving. Thank you. On April 10th, Councilmember Moore and I met with District 9 Councilmember Pam Foley to discuss just collaboration and cooperation on improving safety, looking at traffic calming on our shared roadways, and looking for ways that the staff are all talking to each other at the technical level, but the council members just looking for the political will to work together and make sure that we can address roadways that don't belong to either one of us completely. Valley Water Commission quarterly meeting last week. I attended that, and I just want to, people know this already, I think. We are no longer in a drought. Yay. Don't know for how long, but the good news is we have enough water now that Valley Water will not have to spend money on emergency water purchases in 2024. So that's a good reduction in budget. But just a reminder, conservation needs to be a way of life. We don't know when the next rain is coming. The adjustments that we've made, we can retain. So if you still have a lawn, think about tearing it out and putting in drought-resistant, drought-tolerant plantings, and you can get rebates to make that change. And this is a year where you can water your new plants, get them established, and then they'll be set for the next drought. Unfortunately, rates are slated to rise annually because operating and maintenance costs continue to increase. Usage is down, and there's large fixed costs. As a reminder, some of the big projects Valley Water has underway are the Pacheco Reservoir expansion, the Anderson Dam seismic retrofit, our local Rinconada water treatment plant improvements, and there's a purified water program for incremental drought-proof water supplies. So the goal is to keep the water that we've got here, and instead of sending it out, recycle it, purify it, recharge our groundwater. So that will help make us more drought tolerant in the future. But all these things cost money. Our commission recommended to the board that we look at decreased rate increases over the next couple of years, given that people are still suffering economic hardship with inflation coming out of the pandemic. The rate increases for the next 2 years were set to be 15% each year. The reevaluation was maybe 14.5%, and the commission recommended looking at if it can be a little less than that. If you're interested, you can look at valleywater.org/proposed water charges. And on April 26th and 27th, there will be a budget work study session for the board, and that's open to the public. So we can perhaps post that on our town website. On April 12th, as mentioned by the Vice Mayor, CDAC met to discuss a proposal. The other thing she neglected to mention is the Vice Mayor is now the Vice Chair of that commission. So thank you for additional service. And then yesterday, I attended the Finance Commission meeting, as mentioned by Councilmember Rennie. It was kind of high level, and we'll be delving into the budget more at our next meetings. So that's it for council reports. We'll go to manager reports.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. We have a number of items to share with you tonight. First of all, on Thursday night at 6 o'clock, we are having a community workshop on Zoom regarding our equity, diversity, and inclusion plan. Members of the public are welcome to join us, and they can RSVP at manager@losgatosca.gov. Next week, on Sunday, we are celebrating on the 23rd Spring into Green at Plaza Park. Please come and join us. We have a lot of fun activities planned for our community. On the 26th of April, we are having another community meeting. This one will be at 3 o'clock in the library technology room upstairs, and the topic is military equipment. This is an annual requirement that we talk about what items we have and what we might be purchasing. Next week is also National Library Week, so we want to celebrate our wonderful library, and we're actually doing a special craft activity on the 25th of April at 4:30 p.m., and this is a way to celebrate our wonderful library, so please join us. Also on the 26th of April in the evening, our Planning Commissioner has a full agenda. Among the topics that they will be discussing are going to be code changes to help improve our economic vitality and really streamline the permitting process. We have a lot of temporary measures in place, and now we're asking our commission and ultimately council if we're ready to put those in the code permanently. In addition, we are looking at amendments to our story pole policy to address the taller buildings. So please come join us. And then finally, we are now in recruitment for our boards and commissions for our adults. This is what we call a mid-year recruitment, so not all positions are open. There are a few, and we would love to have applications. Those are due on May 26th at 4 o'clock. And then our Youth Commission recruitment is in full swing, and this is for the entire Youth Commission, and applications are due on the 28th of April at 4 p.m., and more information is available at the Clerk Department website. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. And I would encourage people to take a look at what the openings are in our commissions. It's a great way to serve the town. It's not a huge time commitment, but it can make a giant impact. Next item on the agenda is...
Councilmember Moore has his hand raised.
Oh, I am so sorry. Keep reminding me to look at the screen. I also do not see Councilmember Hudes on the screen. But, okay, there we go. All right, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, just a quick question for our town manager. What time is the Jedi meeting on Thursday?
6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And yes, I can see Councilmember Hudes, and I have to remember to keep looking to the left. And the Vice Mayor will help me out, and so will the staff. Okay, next on our agenda are the consent items. These are items that are pretty routine, maybe a second reading of something, contracts. Every one of them has a report attached, and so any one of these items can be heard if needed. But we happen to have quite a few. We have 13 items on the consent agenda, including draft minutes from a variety of meetings. So members of the public, if anybody wants to get up and speak on any or all of these items for 3 minutes, you are welcome. I do not have any cards for the consent calendar, and I'll take a look on Zoom. And none of the attendees have their hands raised. Okay, I will then look to... I'm going to close that opportunity. I'm going to look to my fellow council members if anybody wants to make a comment, pull an item, or make a motion. And the Vice Mayor.
See no other hands up. I'll make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 13.
Second by Rennie.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Rennie. If anyone has any comment, I don't see any hands raised. So I'll call the question, and we'll have to do a roll call vote with remote participants. So I will, do you want me to do that, or just this? Okay, I can do that. Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so the consent calendar passes unanimously. All right, our next item on the agenda is verbal communications. This is an opportunity for any member of the public, either on Zoom or present in the room, to speak to the council on an item that is not on the agenda for up to 3 minutes. So I have some cards here. I'm just going to take a quick look. I'll start with people in the room, but anybody who's on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on an item not on the agenda. And so for people not speaking not on the agenda, I have Jim Zanardi.
My name's Jim Zanardi. Been a resident here for all my life. And I have a question. I assume that all of the council believe in the Constitution of the United States and I assume that you all agree with freedom of speech and freedom of expression. I would assume that. My question is, we come to this meeting and we have to sit here like a bunch of robots, and people can't express their opinion. When somebody gets up and says something they like, or one of you people say something they like, they can't applaud, they can't, that's China. That's what that is, that's China. And that's wrong, in my opinion. And if people in the audience agree with me, applaud. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do want to remind people that our job here is to do the business of the community in an efficient and respectful way. And, you know, there are times when we applaud, like for pledge leaders or when we give a commendation. But the general way that Los Gatos has always run its meetings is to ask people to not react at all. And part of that is to show respect for somebody who you may not agree with. So if you have a large group of people where it can be very intimidating if somebody's speaking a minority opinion. So this is the way we run our meetings, and I would just appreciate if we would stick with that form of decorum. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Meyer.
The topic I have for you tonight is regarding accountability. Maria Risto, Town Mayor, Gabriel Wellen, Town Attorney, Laurel Pravetti, Town Manager, did not follow Los Gatos Town policies and processes for the proper discipline of Kylie Clark, Town Planning Commissioner. Their combined incompetence put the town of Los Gatos in legal jeopardy via an ACLU threatened lawsuit on behalf of Kylie Clark. Los Gatos citizens submitted complaints to the town council regarding the November 18, 2022 email from Kylie Clark to the housing elements hcd.ca.gov with the email subject, Los Gatos General Plan Referendum. The 92 ACLU FOIA documents available for review on the town portal show a mayor acting unilaterally and not following town policies. It shows a town manager involved in the process where, per town policies, she has no role in the discipline process. It shows a lack of competence by the town attorney with respect to alerting the mayor that her unilateral actions could be putting the town in legal jeopardy. It shows the mayor's disrespect for the following proper town policies, fellow town council members, town citizen referendum sponsors, and signers. The ensuing chaos and animosity displayed in the mayor's correspondence with ex-town mayor Mariko Sayak and Town Chamber of Commerce Executive Director Catherine Summers shows a lack of respect for Los Gatos citizens and her incompetence in carrying out the town's business. The mayor discounted not only the current town attorney's advice, but the previous town attorney's advice with respect to following the correct discipline process as prescribed by the town's code of conduct policies. Kylie Clark's November 18th email, which she claims is submitted as a concerned citizen to alert and inform HCD of the town's referendum. She states that the referendum was sponsored by a few rich white anti-housing men and signed by town citizens for placement on the 2024 ballot. Kylie's questioning of the referendum's legality, a constitutionally guaranteed right, show a lack of knowledge. It shows an ignorance and an arrogance that confirms her inexperience, bias, and prejudice. Kylie states that the referendum's justification is their, Los Gatos citizens' opposition to our planned housing numbers as we went above the state mandate, as this is our general plan, which we put a lot of work in. That's a direct quote out of her email. Kylie's use of we and our throughout her email shows the context that her statement that she was acting as a citizen is a false flag. She needs to be held accountable for her actions. It shows that she was acting as an official town planning commissioner role. The town of
Thank
Conduct.
you. I'll let you finish your sentence. Time is up. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone.
Okay. Final, just the last 2 points. The Code of Conduct policies provide for the town council to hold the mayor, town council, and planning commissioners accountable for their actions in violating town policies. I am asking the town council to hold the mayor, town manager, town attorney, and Kylie Clark accountable for their incompetence, actions, and disrespectful behavior towards the citizens of Los Gatos.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm asking people to please follow our rules of decorum. I appreciate that. Be fair to everybody. I'm sorry. And please only speak at the microphone. I understand emotions are high. Let's continue to be respectful. Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Rogers. Oh, good point. He marked verbal. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Risto and the council members. I'm Joe Rogers, Los Gatos resident since 1973. I'm concerned about the discussion about the council's censure of Kylie Clark when she referred to those.
Okay, actually, I don't want to, what I realized, the censure is the last item. So if we're speaking about that, and I should have interrupted Mr. Mayor, that your comments need to be held until that item. Verbal communications is for something that's not on the agenda. So I'm just trying to keep order. So if you can hold those comments until we get to the censure, I'll check with our town attorney. I mean, I think that's.
Yeah, the first speaker seemed to be talking about how the code of conduct was used, and so that didn't seem to be an item on the agenda. But if the speaker is proposing to talk about the item regarding the planning commissioner censure, that item will be the last item on the agenda.
And what time will that?
I don't know, but.
I guess I wasn't aware of that distinction.
Okay. So it is the final item on the agenda. So I will put you on item 17.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All right. Yeah. I'm just trying to keep order here. Our next speaker is Lee Quintana.
Good evening. I'm not sure this should come under item 17 or it's appropriate as verbal communications. I'd like to comment on the last policy committee meeting.
I'll leave that to our attorney.
If it's related to a policy in general as opposed to the rescission of the censure, then it's not on the agenda, and now would be the appropriate time to talk about it.
Thank you. I attended the policy meeting before the last policy meeting, and there were many suggestions that came from the public. The last policy meeting that was to hear revisions or proposed revisions to the Code of Conduct, I did not attend. I didn't attend it because when I read the staff report, all of the recommendations from the public had been included in the proposed revised draft, along with some additional recommendations from the staff. However, at that meeting, one of the two council people on the meeting refused to participate and said that he would be happy to review the policy again when there was some input from the public. However, the previous meeting, there was input from the public. And so I would ask the council to please either refer this back to the policy committee or probably at this point better to agendize it for a council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just ask you a quick question, Ms. Quintana, what item is it that you're stating we should refer back or take at the council?
It's the item from the policy committee on the revisions to the standards of...
The code of conduct?
Yeah, code of conduct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I have one final card for verbal communications, and that's Lindley Hogan, and I don't see any other hands on Zoom, so I'll give people an opportunity if anybody else wants to speak to get a card in or to raise your hand. This is our last speaker otherwise.
I want to make a formal complaint about our mayor, Ms. Risto. Ms. Risto, I do not trust your judgment when it comes to handling crises and representing your constituents fairly. You have no moral compass, as is clear from your belief system. Your shameless focus on sex, gender, and skin color demonstrates you are distracted from the tyrannical takeover of our country. All of this shows you have no clue about what you are promoting, and you won't listen to others, censoring us and threatening us with removal if we hurt your feelings. You were warned in 2021 how divisive and destructive LGBTQ, BLM, and DEI are, yet you ignored the warning. You have failed to acknowledge the dangerous ideology which has already greatly hurt my children and will hurt others eventually. LGBTQ, with the help of Cassie Counseling, killed my baby girl. Ms. Risto, wouldn't you want to protect your child? Those crimes against me by violent racist BLM and perverted LGBTQ should be enough to shut it all down, but you continue. Do you believe minority groups trump the majority in a republic? It seems so. You have failed to acknowledge any wrongdoing by or hold accountable your friends Mariko Sayak and Jeff Scott, who threatened Ms. Sheehan's life. No remorse or compassion, no apologies or amends is what Ms. Sheehan received, along with a lot of hatred. So unfair. Your admitted inability to handle the racist remarks of Planning Commissioner and Council Member Rob Moore's girlfriend and BLM member Kylie Clark shows you are incompetent. Ms. Clark insulted my father and my brother. I was shocked by the December meeting when I heard you refer to me and Ms. Sheehan as horrible people. I think you are the tyrant. Ms. Risto, your public recent texts with Sayak calling me a domestic terrorist were inappropriate for a mayor. We are not horrible people or domestic terrorists. We are law-abiding mothers who want to protect our loved ones from evil people. We are willing to stand up to the tyrants unlike you. Last of all, I pray for all the people, including Risto, Sayak, and more, who supported the real terrorist, BLM member Erica Zamora, who violently assaulted me at my home last September. She used the words Christian nationalist and threatened to put hate on my porch. I have a restraining order on Zamora, who admits she is godless and doesn't believe in two genders, identifying as both she, her, and they, them. How insane. After the publicized assault, I saw you, Ms. Risto, with devil horns on your head and Sayak shamelessly waving the perverted flag while supporting Zamora at her pride parade. Zamora is notorious for her violent behavior and posts on Nextdoor and Facebook. Just like the recent transgender who wrote a manifesto before killing those innocent children, Zamora also wrote a manifesto about her predetermined destiny as a killer. You are guilty by association with terrorist groups that have hurt me and my children. There will be lawsuits.
Thank you. Okay, that closed. I do not see any hands on Zoom. I don't see any council members with their hands up, and I have no more cards. Oh, thank you for returning the microphone. Okay, so that closes verbal communications, and we will move to our next item, which is item 14, and we have our Director of Parks and Public Works, Nicole Burnham, will be giving our report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Nicole Burnham, your Director of Parks and Public Works. We do have a presentation for this evening. And I'm going to discuss with you the Shannon Road pedestrian and bikeway improvements. So you can go right to the second slide. Thank you, Wendy. So just for orientation, to refresh everyone's memories, it's been a while since we've discussed this project at council. That is our project location shown on that project map. To the left side is Los Gatos Boulevard. The right-hand side is Cherry Blossom, which is where the project ends. So we are looking at the stretch of Shannon Road, about 1,400 feet between those two roadways. This was identified as a priority project in the town's bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and largely due to the large volume of children that access and use this road for commute to school in both directions, some going toward Blossom Hill Elementary, which is in the upper right, and then others going across Boulevard up to Fisher Middle School, which is off the map to the left. The street is characterized by a relatively high volume of traffic. About 5,500 vehicles per day use the street. There are sidewalk gaps, significant sidewalk gaps. Most of this stretch of road doesn't have any sidewalks at all right now. And so with that, I think we can go to the next slide. So a little bit of history. The project started back in 2020 when the town contracted Active Ways to support development and design of the project. In August of 2021, the team presented 2 concepts to both the Complete Streets and Transportation Committee, as well as at a neighborhood meeting. In September of 2021, a 3rd concept was shown to Complete Streets Commission and at a second neighborhood meeting as well. And in October of 2021, staff brought this item to council, asking for authorization for one of the concepts. Concept 3 was selected, but the staff was directed to not use green bollards in delineation of the bike lanes. So from there, design proceeded. We continued to work with the community and the neighbors, holding 2 more community meetings in late 2021, another in 2022, recognizing that there's been concern from the community. So for the last year and a half, we've been working with Active Ways to develop construction plans, which at this time are complete, and the project is ready for bid. So next slide. So I wanted to take a moment before we talk about the design of the project to just address some of the community, what I've been hearing from the community. So first of all, to be clear, there are no bollards proposed with this project. No green bollards, no white bollards, no bollards. We added to the bid document the introduction of up to 14 new trees. I know this has been a concern from the community that there will be some vegetation removed. There are 11 trees planned for removal as part of the project. Those trees are generally smaller in size. 4 of them are on the commercial property at 16212 at the intersection. So the remaining trees are within the residential areas, but generally were shown to be, smaller in size, 6 to 8 inches in diameter. One is more like 20 inches in diameter. So that was the most significant of them, but they are all within the existing road right of way. So in an effort to honor the community request, that there be more greenery. You'll see on the next slides why there isn't a lot of greenery, but we added to the bid documents the opportunity to introduce up to 14 trees that we will locate in the field during construction. So we will need to work with the neighborhood, we will work with the town arborist to identify appropriate locations and appropriate species, and identify where they could be placed. We will coordinate this work with the proposed development at 16212 Los Gatos Boulevard, which we're going to talk about a little bit more in a couple of slides. There is parking proposed as part of the project, so up to 10 cars on the south side of Shannon Road. So there will be some on-street parking. However, one option for adding more trees might be eliminating a parking space or 2. So I think that's a conversation we could have with the community during construction. There are 2 speed humps proposed within the project boundary, and there is grant funding in excess of $1 million from 2 different sources. One of those grants must be obligated, meaning we need to have a construction contract by January 2024. The other one we need to start charging against by June of 2023, so a couple of short months from now, but we can get 2 one-year extensions for that. So we do have a little bit of time with the grants, but not a lot, right? And that's not enough for us to, redesign the project in its entirety. But they do exist, and we are working to keep those grants in play. So the next slide. I'm going to show two different cross sections. So this is actually, so these are very engineering-esque drawings, I understand. So just to orient folks, these cross sections are taken, the two you're going to see, they both orient the same way as if you are standing on Los Gatos Boulevard facing the hills, so facing toward Cherry Blossom. So the north side of Shannon Road is on the left, the south side is on the right. And this first cross section really shows you the area right near 16212. Los Gatos Boulevard, which is right near the intersection of Shannon Road and Boulevard. And I wanted to show this cross section because you see on the left-hand side what's outlined in red. We see the pedestrian, we see a vehicle, which is actually in a travel lane because that's the existing right turn lane, and then the cyclist in between them. And then the vehicle, the middle of the three vehicles shown would be the vehicle turning left onto Boulevard. But on the next slide, you'll see why I highlighted that area. So this is a snip from a current proposed development plan for the commercial property at the corner of Los Gatos Boulevard and Shannon Road. And at present, that developer is proposing to eliminate that, quote, pork chop and the free right-hand turn, which would change our project. So we're going to continue to work with that developer. There are things about this that we like, but we also need to make sure that traffic's not impacted on the road. So that is still a work in progress. We'll continue to work with the developer on this, and we expect that we'll have the developer implement this section of plans. So the town simply won't build any of the project that is in this commercial frontage. And I highlighted in yellow where the existing road right-of-way is, so you can kind of see how much, cars are just able to freely make a right-hand turn right now, and the development's proposing to really pull that corner in, which will do which will help with some of the safety issues in that intersection. So the next slide. So this is really the heart of kind of the project, and the cross-section along the length of the project does vary slightly, but it's generally consistent. That, again, same orientation as the last cross-section. So the left-hand side is the north side of Shannon Road, and the right-hand side is the south side. But generally speaking, we have some amount of planting area. This is all shown as work within the road right-of-way that the town owns. Planting area that ranges from 2 to 4 feet. The sidewalk varies over the length of the project from 6 to 10 feet. The wider sidewalk is closer to Boulevard. It narrows down as you get more toward the Presbyterian Church. Then with a bike lane with a painted buffer. So there will be buffer, but it will be painted. It'll be the white stripes that we traditionally see. And then the vehicle travel lanes are 10 feet in each direction, which is about as narrow as you can go for travel lanes, particularly on a road that carries as much traffic as this one. On the south side, it varies slightly, and it has a little bit more variation across the length of the project because we are providing the parking. So as I mentioned earlier, parking for up to 10 cars. So in some areas, the left side won't have parking, and it'll be more traditional, kind of just sidewalk, curb, bike lane. But this cross-section happens to show a space where there's parking. So the sidewalks are a little narrower on this side. The buffers are a little bit narrower. The bike lane is a little bit wider in some areas. And again, it just varies as we go down the roadway. But that is what is proposed as part of the project. So if we go to the next slide. Can talk about the funding strategy. And I want to emphasize, we are proposing to move and transfer funds into this project as part of this council action. But I do want to point out that in October 2021, when the team came to council with this project, they had identified a funding strategy that was very similar to what we're showing here. So they had long planned to pull money from the stormwater funds and from other funds that we had available, but we never actually transferred the money. So that's the difference, right? We showed it to you before, but now we're actually asking you to direct finance to be able to move the money to support construction of the project. In 2021, when we had the council action, we were saying it was about a $1.9 million construction project. So we have seen some escalation in the price, not surprisingly, because it's been a couple of years. So with that, we can go to the next slide. So there's a long list of recommended actions. I will not read them all to you, but they are essentially to approve the plans, authorize us to bid, allow us to move a number of funds around and into the project, and then also to execute a relatively small, little more than $25,000 agreement with Active Ways to have their technical support through the construction phase of the project. And the next slide just talks about where you can get project updates. In case people don't know, you are welcome to sign up for Notify Me accounts, and there is a information about this project and its history on our webpage. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I have two quick questions, and then I'll go to my council members for questions of staff, and then we'll go to comments. The first one is, in terms of the removal of the pork chop island, my understanding is that that was called out in a Safe Routes to Schools study years ago, and the existing conditions right now prohibit a right turn on red. So there is no free right turn. The problem is because it looks like that, probably 1 out of 5 cars still turns right on red. So the question I have is, if you talk about impacts to traffic by removing that, what would that be?
I'm going to phone a friend. So I neglected to tell you that I have Mike Vroman with me, the senior traffic engineer for the town, and I'm going to actually ask if he's able to answer that question.
Okay, yeah, so the precise question is, given that there is no right turn on red right now, how will removing the pork chop island impact, is it believed that that'll impact traffic? I've got one that works here.
Can you hear me? No. Thank you, Mayor. That's, yes, you're correct. There is no free right turn there now, but it says no right turn on. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
My apologies. That you're correct. There is no free right turn there now. That there is a sign that, or maybe 2 signs that say no right turn on red, and that's one reason we're asking the developer to their traffic consultant to take further look at removing the right turn. That there is also a proposal to relocate the crosswalk from the current location parallel to Shannon to the north, crossing at along Roberts. So those are some things those were recommended. You were correct, as part of the Safe Route to School program. They were conceptually but staff is asking the consultant to further review those and see if that's the best move at this time. So we are looking into that, and one advantage, as our director pointed out, is that because we haven't resolved that, the development is in process. So that portion of the work will be deferred. It won't be addressed during the construction project, but it'll be addressed by the by the development and when they come through. So.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. So that's really not part of our discussion tonight, and that area is not part of what we're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That makes it easier. And then the other question I have is, talking about sidewalk from 10 feet to 5 feet, is the 10-foot sidewalk already existing, or are there places where we would be putting in 10-foot sidewalk? Because my impression was we're putting in 6-foot sidewalk.
It does vary across the length of the project. The 10-foot sidewalk was really at the commercial property, so I think the sidewalk generally gets wider as you come toward Boulevard, because you sort of are picking up people along the way.
Okay, thank you. And the commercial properties are Orange Theory and the old Artisan Wine Depot, and that's the extent of the commercial, and then we switch into residential?
16212 is also commercial. And so we are actually not proposing modification of the sidewalks on the south side of Shannon from Boulevard to the driveway to Cavalry Church. So that will actually remain as that sidewalk will remain as is, but on the north side, we would widen, we are suggesting the sidewalk should be widened.
To how far?
Well, so on the commercial property, I think the plans call for 10 feet, but then as you move down the project, it gets narrower and becomes, yeah.
Okay,
as
thank
move
you.
further away.
All right, that's it for me right now. Vice Mayor Badami.
Ms. Burnham, thank you so much for the presentation. At the end of the slide, you were going through some of the finances, and I need to further understand funding of the program. So with staff recommending transfer of funds from CIP 9902, 0221, and 0231 to fully fund this project, will this fully deplete the funding for these projects? And were these projects established to fund multiple needs and not just Shannon Road? And lastly, wouldn't it make more sense to transfer additional money from the general fund capital project reserve?
Thank you for that question. The sidewalk fund, so 0221 is a sidewalk fund. It had $60,000 in it. The project description said up to 3 projects, one of which was Shannon Road. So we're proposing to use all of it for Shannon. 0231 was bicycle and pedestrian improvements. And again, we always propose to use that as part of this project. It has been a fund that's been ongoing that we apply to projects as they come up and have need. 9902 is annual restriping. So that's an annual ongoing fund. Usually we roll it into this resurfacing project that you actually authorized in the consent calendar. But we had long agreed that we would pull part of it because the bike lanes are striping. So I think the use of those is contemplated and consistent with what we had planned to do. And as I mentioned in the October 2021 staff report, this was sort of the funding strategy we had laid out. So we're just continuing to follow that.
Okay, thank you. And one last question on funding, if I may, Mayor. Is there anything that can be done for an extension of grant money? Is that just a done deal?
As I mentioned, the smaller of the 2 grants is the one that's going to expire in June of 2023, and we have 2 one-year extensions available. The one that would expire in January of 2024 is over $900,000, and that one does not have any extensions available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those are your questions now. Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Hudes and then Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, and thanks for continuing to provide more in-depth information on this. I'm interested in the development project. Which is really the first time I've heard a discussion about it. Does the development project change the financials of the project for the town in any way? And I realize that the geography is a little bit different, but does that offer any relief to the town in that a developer is working on that part of the street?
It's a great question, and I think the answer is yes, but that change isn't reflected in the pro forma that I'm showing you here. It assumes the town builds all the project, and I would suggest that's the smarter play right now. The development hasn't been approved, and so while we want to work with the developer and request that they fund that work, if that development's not approved or the developer decides to go in a different direction, we still want to have the funding available to move that section of project forward ourselves.
Thank you. And if I may, what roughly might the amount be that, whether, it doesn't have to be a hard dollar amount, but percentage of the project or something like that, that might be covered by the development?
I don't know that I can answer that. I would have to do a little bit of math. I'm not sure I have a good answer for that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Councilmember Hudes?
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll get back to you when you do. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Burnham. I think that this is this report that you just delivered, I think shows a lot of responsiveness to concerns we've heard from the neighbors in the community, to still, do something that is productive and what we're in line with. So 2 questions on kind of the greening and the field introduction. So the first being, in the staff report, it seems like if we wanted to do the 14 trees, we would need to do an ad alternate or kind of approve an alternative portion of the plan. But in what I heard from you, it sounds like that's now included in the proposal we're looking at tonight. So wanted to get a little bit of clarity on that. And then I also, in terms of what you talked about with the field introduction, I think that sounds really compelling. I wanted to see, so a lot of what I've heard from folks is about, the greenery in general, but a big piece of that concern being ripping up existing greenery. And I wanted to see if there is any option in terms of this field introduction or an ad alternate, to see if, once this is getting built out in the field, if there was any opportunities to keep any of the greenery, or existing landscaping or anything like that.
Sure, thank you for those questions. And I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, and I think you're right, I wasn't. The trees are added as an ad alternate. So they will be, they're not shown on the project plans, but in the bid form, there is a line item that says add up to 14 trees. And so that's how that will get dealt with. And then with regard to preserving the existing landscaping, I think that's very challenging. Just given the amount of work that needs to be done to build the sidewalks and do the excavation necessary to put in base and then add the concrete. We did, where we could, include putting back buffer. And the landscaping that is being removed is, unfortunately, it's in the right of way. So we don't have a lot of other options, and there's really no other way we can build the project without impacting some of that private landscaping. Where we're able to leave landscape buffer, we will, but it will be new space that I think will need new planting.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. I was waiting to see if my questions got answered. Again, on the trees and the landscaping, I've been trying to understand. Last time we went through this, I don't think we really got answers, and maybe you got better ones now. I'm trying to understand where the sidewalk's going through and what landscaping is going to be lost. And we talked about 11 trees, and when I went out there, I had a hard time figuring out what trees were going to go. There's a large redwood. I assume that's not going to go, right, on the north side? Not
that I'm aware of. It's not flagged on the plans.
And so there's currently a sidewalk in front of the Presbyterian Church. Is that sidewalk going to change, or are you going to keep it? And maybe it's not quite 6 feet. But when I went out and looked at it, I said, okay, well, if you're continuing down this strip, is that where the sidewalk's going to go, or is it going to move further in towards the properties?
The sidewalk at the Presbyterian Church is to remain.
And so we would meet up with it, basically. So like I said, if I'm kind of sighting my way down, I can tell where a new sidewalk would go.
Yes.
And it looks like it wipes out a lot of power poles. Or were we going to underground all of that?
We are not undergrounding, but we are relocating.
Okay.
So we're coordinating with PG&E on that now.
And you went through quickly when you were talking about the trees. You said there was one tree that was 20 inches, and all the rest were, I think, pretty small. Usually when we look at project proposals where they're removing trees, we talk about sort of significant trees and not significant trees. And I'm trying to understand, of the 11 trees, is it only one that's really a significant tree?
And I think it depends on your definition of significant, but there is one that is 20 inches.
Well, usually there's an arborist. Our planning department's probably more used to that question, but usually we get something that says, well, there's this number of significant trees that are going to go in somebody's project, and I was trying to understand that with this particular project, what's the number our usual definition of significant? And I guess you don't have a good answer for that.
I don't. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you, Councilmember. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So I think what you're referring to is protected trees. And so that number changes for a development project. For instance, it's anything that's 4 inches in diameter or greater. And for just standard development, there is some flexibility depending on species between 8 and 12 inches. And then typically fruit trees are exempt up to a certain size. But there are also other trees, specifically in the hillsides, that we may want to encourage removal of, and so those get a little bit larger. So for a development project, all of these sound like they would be protected trees. But for a just standard tree removal permit, some of them probably fall below that threshold. And I believe Director Burnham mentioned that 4 of those 11, I believe, are on the 16212, which is the Wine Depot site. So those are probably street trees that exist.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So again, trying to understand, you mentioned a lot of planting that residents have done in the public right-of-way. Is that mostly is most of the loss on the north side or the south side or both? Again, when I go out there, I'm trying to understand where is it going through, what's going to be lost. There's even a fence that looks like it might be close to where you're going to run a sidewalk through. Is there any fences that have to come down?
The landscape removal is both north and south side. I would need to check on fencing unless Mr. Vroman knows offhand. Yeah.
Yes, I believe some of the fencing will have to be relocated.
Is that mostly the south side? There's one on the south side that looks like it comes out quite a ways, and the ones on the north seem to be fairly lined up.
I believe that's accurate.
Let's see, I had one more question. Forgetting what it is. I'll come back later.
Okay. And then I do want to thank you so much for the presentation. And, I realize we've had a fair number of staff change since this project started. And so I appreciate the ongoing work of staff. This is a fairly complicated project and, a lot of moving parts. One question I had before we go to the public was following it from the beginning, where the original plan, my understanding was to have property line, and then where the public right-of-way started, have the sidewalk, then a buffer, then the bike lane, then the car travel lane. And I think what we came up against was there was so much in the public right-of-way, including wrought iron fences and plantings, et cetera, that to spare the residents too much removal of what they had put in the public right-of-way, we moved the buffer against the property line. And that was my understanding why it goes buffer, green buffer, then sidewalk, then bike lane. Can you verify that, how we ended up there? I don't know if Mr. Verman knows that.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yes, I believe you're referring to the 2 to 4 feet of green on the between the public right-of-way and the private residence.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was part of the struggle, is trying to retain what could be. But I wasn't intimately involved, so I can't comment further than that. But I think that was part of and that's some of the additional green area that will be provided.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess we can talk about the trees later, like how they would get it put in and how we would find space for that. But I appreciate the effort. 14 trees is very significant if we can reach that. Okay. Given that no other council members have their hands up for questions of staff, I'll let our director follow up.
I just want to make sure it's really clear that we're included in the bid up to 14 trees. I can't guarantee we can get all 14 in, but we will do our best.
Okay,
I
got it.
just want to make sure people are aware of that.
Okay, yes, up to. All right. So now I will go to public comment, and I see 2 people on Zoom with their hands raised. I will probably mix it up. I'll start out with the room right now. So I've got cards. If there's anybody else here who'd like to speak, get your card in, please. And the first speaker will be Maria Gerst.
Thank you. And my name is Maria Gerst. Live on Shannon Road. I want to thank Nicole for the explanation. This is the first I've heard of so many trees. I very much appreciate that. What I'm here is to state that I hope that you will consider not approving an actual plan until the residents have a good chance to just absorb and understand what these changes are, and that we approve nothing that doesn't have the greenery that has been stated here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Finelli.
Sorry, I'm really short. Hi. Thank you guys so much for listening to us tonight and for this project in general. I have to say that I've been actively involved and participating through the entire process, and it has been quite a process. One of the things that I'd like to point out is that a lot of these meetings that we referenced that that the community felt one way or they felt this way was during these Zoom meetings where we didn't have any chance to actually say anything. We were turned off, we were muted the whole time, so it was more that we were presented to multiple times. It wasn't that there was some meeting and people came and talked to us and we got to have an interaction and conversate and understand these plans. They were shown on a screen for a mere few moments and they'd say, which one do you like better, A or B? And you look at these colorful drawings and they're nothing like the plans when you get a chance to look and digest it. These plans are so different. When you sit there and I've taken chalk and gone out in front of my property and chalked it out. The town said that they were going to spend time and walk down Shannon Road with us. All it was a meeting outside where the plans were laid out, but it wasn't chalking it out. It wasn't like saying, oh, this is going to stay, this is going to go. I can say from my personal section that I have looked at, we said, hey, remove the parking in front of our house. We really want green space. We want trees. We bike and walk everywhere. We want to do it under shade. We don't want a sea of asphalt and concrete here. We really want green stuff. They took it out, and we have a 6 to 7 foot buffer in front of our house right now that is just pure concrete. It looks like a runway. I have no idea why we couldn't put trees there. Maybe that would be one of the areas that they could do, but I want to see those plans first. I want to know that we're going to make these changes this time. We've been told multiple times they're going to work with residents, they're going to add green space, they're going to do this. Oh, there's deadlines. But these changes never happen. We never see it. It never comes to fruition. I urge you to send this back to get it right. Let's make this a beautiful street. Let's make it safe for kids. Let's do all those wonderful things, but let's do it in a way that we can see and make sure that we preserve nature and we make it a beautiful a place to walk. Nobody wants to walk in the summer days or to school in just concrete. Let's see the green space first. Let's send it back. Thank you.
Again, I'll remind people, please, we're not going to cheer or boo. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you, Ms. Finale, for your input. So you agree with the last speaker that you do not want us to approve anything tonight because the community, the residents, really don't understand the impact of this new design. It's been presented, it's online, and
It's not online. The 17 trees are like, oh, we're going to put it in later. The plan that's online right now has a 7 foot buffer, 7 feet of concrete in front of my house, in addition to a 5 or 6 foot bike lane. The bike and buffer lane is actually wider than the traffic lane, if you look at it. It just takes so much time to look at these plans. It really does. You have to sit there and sketch them out. But it's not the plan I have an issue with. It's the devil's in the details. The details are bad.
I understand. I had difficulty trying to navigate through the changes as well, and you heard the council talking about this earlier and trying to understand what about the fence, what about the sidewalk. So I understand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Helen Sun.
Hello, I'm Jimmy, and I'm here with my wife, Helen. We're actually Sherry's neighbors, so you're going to hear a lot of kind of reiteration of some of the things that she mentioned. Maybe first off, just thanks for presenting the proposal. The one that we saw seems like it didn't reflect all of the changes that we've seen here. Really glad to hear that the bollards and any physical barrier will not be present in the new plans. That was something certainly that we were strongly opposed to, just because it's a residential area. The other thing is that we're glad to see the greenery being added, the 14 new trees. I think similar to what Sherry said, that wasn't something that we had noticed on the plans that we've seen. So to the extent that we can have as much greenery, again, really to just keep in line with the rest of Los Gatos and residential area, I think is really important for us. The final thing is, again, just being right next door to Sherry, again, the buffers seem extremely excessive to us. In particular, again, I think it's like 6 or 7 feet for us. Not to mention on the other side, I think it's another 3 feet, at least for the plans that we're seeing. So if you look at that from a percentage perspective for the road itself, that's taking up almost a quarter of the road. So again, this is based on the proposals that we're seeing that may have changed, but again, if you look at both sides, that's 10 feet of buffer. If you look anywhere else, including Englewood and some of the other Cherry Blossom, etc., you don't have those same buffers, and certainly not to that extent anywhere else in Los Gatos. So, anything else you want to add?
So mainly on the buffer, like I actually printed out something on our side and also Sherry's side. We have 6 feet on our side and 7 feet on her side, but then cross street there are 3 feet, so it's total of 9 to 10 feet on in front of our property. That is about 23% of the street. And then in my letter, we also mentioned that, you know, we understand Shannon Road is kind of popular for students attending the nearby school, but it's really no more popular than the other streets connect to it, like Roberts, Inglewood, Cherry Blossom, or even Kennedy. None of those have buffers. So we really want to understand the needs of buffer on our street. And even on Los Gatos Boulevard, there's very little buffers, and most of doesn't have buffers. So we wanted to continue to maintain the residential street look and feel, and that's why we're here. So we want to continue to have the council member consider that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to say at the end, we'll address some of the questions, but Vice Mayor Badami. I think Vice Mayor Badami has a question for our speakers.
Thank you for coming back. So I'm hearing a lot of the residents, I'm reading a lot of material that I think essentially the neighborhood is not happy with concept 3. And I don't know if you recall the concepts that were offered in a prior council meeting. There was concept 1, concept 2, and concept 3. And some people wanted the 1, but it ended up being the 3. And I think the concept 1 was far more simple. Would that be something that would, suit your needs better? And if it was that simple, would you be happy with that, or the neighborhood would still want to see the design from concept 1?
I think we would have to just go back and take a look at it, to be quite honest. Things have evolved. I think the main points, though, is that really three things. One is the physical barriers or the bollards. I think we want to remove that. It sounds like that's addressed. The second of which is removal or completely or minimization of the buffers as much as we can. And then the third piece would just be greenery and trees.
Yeah. I think we would like to look at the concept 1, but then during the early meetings with the town engineer, I think we, like Sherry said, we never really had a chance to look through those plans in very details.
Okay, thank you, because it's my understanding that the concept 1 did not include buffers, unless staff wanted to correct me on that, but we can address that at another time. Thank you for your input.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Horwitz.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First, I want to say, I'm sorry, a lot of you inherited this project and you may not have created yourself, but it was just a bad plan. And what you've tried to do, and I think everyone has tried to do, is modify and make small modifications on what was a bad plan. Starting with the bollards, the concept just didn't make sense. It wasn't really justified. And I think that's where we really need to ask the council to not approve going forward and to really look at the new project, because even the funding, it's just not the right thing to do, right? The community, once we really became aware of this project, we were against it, but not the idea. The idea of better school safety, of sidewalks, of a bike lane, that part the community supported, but it was the design of impact to property, really the overkill of the amount of space taken both from the property, but also to the street and to the environment. The Shannon Road is a very community feel, as is Englewood, all our other streets across that piece. So that was very much lost, and that's really what has hit the residents, right? So we ask you to focus on school safety, right? But stay within budget. We keep hearing about the town being under constraints, and I get we have the grant, but you're still looking for over $700,000 in incremental funds for 1,400 feet. When you think about the entire town of Los Gatos, that's a large amount of investment for a very small area. We want to keep the green, right? That's important for the neighborhood feel, and we ask that you really use the funds in a valuable way. So we ask you to do the right thing, listen to the residents. Please focus on the redesign and not approving to go forward tonight. As you said, there's extensions with the grant, so the money will be there. I actually am concerned about the forecast, as it's likely under forecasting the total cost. As you heard, there's going to be impact to the properties, and I don't think that's fully in the budget, whether it's removing a fence, different shrubs and greening, because it's not just trees, it's also all the green from the shrubs, from the grass that along the pathway, right? So you're looking at a best case of positive of 3 trees, but you're losing 10s, 20 bushes and shrubs that provide to the neighborhood feel. I think it's greatly unnecessary for the amount of large width sidewalks, large width bike line, and the 2 buffers on either side. Frankly, it's just overkill, and I think we can do better. And that's my ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Boney.
Good evening.
And thank you for the pronunciation guide.
Okay, my name is Mark Bonet, and my wife Shelley and I have been in Los Gatos for over 32 years, and we moved to Shannon about 4 years ago. First thing I just want to mention is the fact that some of the plans we just saw tonight are new to us. We have not seen the trees. We have not seen some of the changes, and I'm kind of surprised that we were not involved or these were released ahead. We've talked about trees, but I don't think I've ever seen anything, and it's kind of indicative of how the communication has gone so far with the neighbors. So let me just start by saying that our Shannon Road community is a vibrant and important part of Los Gatos. We all know that. It's a special place that has a rural feel for all residents that is cherished. You will hear from us tonight that pedestrian and biker safety is indeed very important to us. We're not arguing that. In fact, the speed bumps that are currently on part of Shannon were actually started by a grassroots group in Shannon, led by Frank over there. Thank you, Frank. So when this project started to be discussed, most of us had an open mind to it, okay? However, once the town engineering department communicated the plans, it is safe to say we were all shocked with the extent that it was being proposed. Yes, we wanted better bike lanes. Yes, we wanted sidewalks. What we did not expect is a class 4 bike lane, extra sidewalks up to 10 feet, as you heard. That was one of your questions, Maria, when you sent back. You know, and then buffers, huge buffers. To make things even worse, the design included removal of existing trees, we've heard, landscaping, greenery, and no effort to put it back. Until just now, we've just heard that. That's good. I also want to remind you that when we were finally asked to choose between 3 concepts, all affected residents unanimously went back with a single voice that we wanted concept number 1. Okay? We went, and it was a meeting like this. We got the thank you, and concept number 3 was approved with no real reason and questioning, to be honest, addressing our concerns. The current design that is being looked at, and I'm glad that Mr. Rennie has asked some really good questions about some of the sidewalk already on the church, Presbyterian. The current design feels extreme and out of place, to be honest, in a rural environment like Shannon Road community. Why is Shannon Road treated like a high-traffic thoroughfare similar to Winchester and Los Gatos Boulevard? Because that's why you see those big, changes and the bike lanes and the buffers. Shannon's community is rural in nature, and we have nowhere close to the traffic volume of Los Gatos and Winchester Boulevard. So why treat Shannon Road in a similar manner than these other roads and boulevards? Worse yet, the project as currently being proposed only accommodates, and you heard this, 3 to 4 blocks of Shannon. So what does that mean? That means that Shannon will have 2 different walkway bike lanes implementation for the same pedestrians walking on that.
You may finish your next sentence, and that's all.
Yeah. So the cost is prohibitive, we think, especially for just 3-4 blocks. So we respectfully request that you rescope this project with a less extreme design that better fits our residential neighborhood, that better fits our town budget, and better fits the pretty unanimous feedback you're getting from the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like you have a question from the Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I heard you bring up concept number 1, and that's what I was referring to with an earlier speaker. If it was the will of the council tonight to go back and say, okay, maybe we could come into agreement on concept 1, would that make the neighborhood happy, or you still would need to understand the impacts of the project, even if it was concept number 1?
I want to speak for everybody, but concept 1 is really what we all voted in. So we met as a team, we met as a group, as a community, in order to make it easier for you. Because what we had heard is that everybody is agreeing with these things, so we all came together and recommended one concept. And honestly, it was disappointing. We went to the meeting, we all spoke one after another, why went it concept 1? And we were basically ignored, and concept 3 was approved. I still don't understand why. Okay. But yes.
You answered my question, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. My next speaker is Joe Rogers. Oh, I'm sorry. That's item 17. Got cards mixed up. No, my next speaker is Jeff Thompson.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Thompson, and I should let you know that I'm a member of the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as a resident. And I'm speaking tonight in favor of the project. I think everybody agrees that we need sidewalks, we need bike lanes to make the road safer for all the users. Bike lanes need to be a certain width to be safe. Sidewalks need to be a certain width to be safe. They need to be continuous. They need to go from point A to point B without, moving to the left or to the right. Kids ride side by side. Kids walk side by side. So they need a certain width of sidewalk. They need a certain width of bike lane. Kids don't always ride their bikes in a straight line. They need a buffer. And so I think the town has worked really hard to, over the past 3 years with the community to design the project and to do the best possible. I think they've done a reasonable job of accommodating the residents' concerns. We can hear that not everybody's happy about that, but given the constraints of bike lane widths and sidewalk widths that are reasonable and standard, I think it's a reasonable accommodation. So at this point, we have funding. We have some risk of the funding going away in the next few months. I think now is the time to approve the project. And so I would really urge the council to approve the project. Now's the time for the safety of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from the Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you live on Shannon or in close proximity so you could understand or maybe relate to what the residents are referring to about their bucolic neighborhood and how it might impact their property values? I saw that in a letter. Do you live nearby?
Yes, I live up in the foothills, so I don't live on that block that's affected, but I drive Shannon Road every day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Our next speaker is Ted Murdad. I'm sorry, Moorhead.
Moorhead, yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live on Shannon Road. I live in the affected area. I've lived there since 2017. I rebuilt my house there. So I see the kids going by every day. You know, the safety issue. You know, I've got kids, they're now grown. I think it's kind of universal. We all want safety for the kids. In the first meeting we had about this, we were told that the police were asked about safety, and they said the area was perfectly safe. So then we were kind of wondering, myself and a few others, where's the proof that it's way unsafe now? We haven't been given any hard data. And, you know, decisions are frequently made based upon having data, not opinions, especially when it's public money. And if it's about safety, what kind of bothers me here is we've got speed bumps on one end of Shannon, but then in the area in question, we don't already have speed bumps. So if it was really about safety, wouldn't we already have speed bumps there right now for the safety of the kids? The speed bumps aren't there. And the speed bumps would be more effective later in the day because when the kids are coming through, the traffic's all backed up and it's not even moving very fast. So again, it seems like plans have been made, but people haven't been there on the spot to see what's going on when the kids are going through. You know, and it sounds like there's a new plan. The first plan, you know, we got information in the mail, and then information was delivered to our doorstep. If there's a new plan, I haven't seen it. So I'm just wondering about that. And it'd be nice to have a little bit more transparency on this. As I think, you know, the other citizens are kind of wondering what's going on. Decisions are being made, and they don't know about it. So if we all know what's going on, and it's a reasonable plan, I think we're all for it. But these buffers and all this other stuff, it's like, you know, people are driving 40 or 50 miles an hour down the road, so you need all these buffers. But people aren't driving. You know, when the kids are going to school, it's stop and go. People aren't flying down the road. So, you know, the reality and the plan need to merge. And I think that's what we're all saying. And the part about new trees and this other stuff, this is new information. And I've been waiting and watching. I haven't been informed, and I wonder how many other residents haven't been informed. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And our next speaker, our last card I have in the room, and then I'll go to Zoom, is Jillian Verga.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Jillian Verga. I should also say that I am a member of the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, like Mr. Thompson. But I am speaking tonight as a citizen. I have been involved in the Shannon Road project for several years as a member of the commission. I do not live on Shannon Road, but I have spent time there, looked at it. I live on Broadway, and that also underwent a street reconstruction, so I have lived through that process. On Broadway, what ended up happening is because of comments from the neighborhood, we ended up not making any changes to the street, and so we had repaving with exactly the same footprint that we had before. And I'm sad that there's so much controversy about this project. I feel that from the very beginning, this was brought with very good intentions. The idea was that this was an important school route, and putting in Class 4 bike lanes would make this really safe for children to bike and allow them to be able to ride in the bike lane, safe from cars, and really create a beautiful example of a great, safe bikeway in Los Gatos. And that was the intent. And I believe that the previous Director of Parks and Public Work spent a lot of time trying to listen to the residents. The issue with the greenway being, we would normally put a buffer of green between the sidewalk and the street, but because there was a lot of planting and landscaping in the public right-of-way, by switching that around, we were able to reduce the impact on the residents. So a lot of those things were done in response to the residents. And I think, people have complained that they haven't heard about the trees before tonight, but I think, again, these trees, the idea of the trees is something we're doing to try to listen to the residents and accommodate their needs. So, and I believe firmly that if we move forward with this project, we will continue to listen to the residents, and it will be a fantastic experience, and that we will have a nice, safe buffer so that kids can ride safely on that road. So I think we should go forward with it. I think that the residents will end up being happy with it, and I think it would be a shame to miss out on this opportunity and perhaps lose the budget and not be able to do anything on this road. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? No, I don't see. Okay, thank you. That's my last card in the room. So now I've got a few hands up on Zoom. I'll go to Bill Elhers. I'm just going to go right down the list. So Bill, you can unmute yourself and speak, please.
Well, good afternoon. This is Bill Ellers. I live in Los Gatos. I am the chairman of the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. I'm here speaking as a citizen. I routinely ride, walk, and drive this section of Shannon, so I'm very familiar with it. And I'm here to thank the council for their consideration and to put my full support behind the plan. There's certainly positives to this plan. I'd like to just point out a few of them. These are positive improvements for the public right-of-way. This is not just a local road. This is a Los Gatos town road used by many different citizens, different abilities, ages, abilities. So we need to support the public. So the safety studies from other towns have also shown that when you put in bicycle and pedestrian facilities, your collision data for cars, injury rates and death rates go down. So drivers benefit from these improvements. This would make the street a lot quieter and it's much more appealing to all. Cars will slow down and you will have providing safer travel spaces for all users, kids, walkers, cyclists. And then my final point, we need to tie in the theme of the month, which is distracted driving. So these buffers are required to provide safe space. Cars drift around in lanes, kids drift around lanes, cyclists drift around lanes. So these buffers provide safety and prevent collisions, potential collisions. So, and my final point, the cars routinely travel down Shannon, they go around the speed humps. So they're leaving the travel lanes without having any good reason to. So anyway, thank you so much for your time. And I, again, like to support the town council and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. So we'll move to the next speaker, Wendy Riggs on Zoom. You can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, hello. My name is Wendy Riggs. I'm a 20-year resident of Los Gatos, and I have 3 children who have all ridden their bike to school, including Fisher, by traveling down Shannon and through this area of the road to Los Gatos Boulevard, crossing and going to school. And then 2 of my children also rode their bike to Los Gatos High School. The third one will be doing that next year, much to her dismay. Anyway, I am also the interim executive director of Los Gatos Montessorino Safe Routes to School. For those who are not familiar with our organization, we are a nonprofit entity begun 17 years ago as a local collaborative effort between parents, school administrators, and Los Gatos Montessorino Police Department. We have been working in coordination with the town and schools to educate students around bike and pedestrian skills and safety. Additionally, spend a lot of effort encouraging the use of active transportation by our student population. The benefits of the use of active transportation are many, but most obviously biking and walking is good for student health. It also provides them an opportunity to be independent, and it is good for the health of our environment by reducing car traffic. Over time, the town has been making a concerted effort to engineer safer streets that enable greater safety and access to bike riders and pedestrians. The proposed Shannon bike and pedestrian improvements are an example of the town's continuing commitment to encouraging greater use of active transportation, and also will have the side benefit of slowing down car traffic on this stretch of road. On a typical school morning, you can see streams of Fisher and Los Gatos High School students converging onto Shannon at Cherry Blossom and from other feeder roads as they bike and walk to school. Simultaneously, there are many cars also using the same road to drive themselves to work or school. Adding sidewalks and buffered bike lanes will greatly improve the safety of students as they make their way to school each day. The bike lane will serve all cyclists well by giving them a safe space for moving vehicles. And the installation of type 4 bike lanes with the parking and buffered areas between the sidewalk and the bike lane will also ensure that the bike lane is not blocked by trash containers one day a week. I also want to briefly just reiterate that we would love to see the removal of that pork chop right turn at Shannon and Los Gatos Boulevard. It will greatly improve the safety of students and all pedestrians. In short, Los Gatos Montessori Safe Routes to School asks that the town council approve the plan as proposed by the town staff. We expect this to be another piece in the puzzle of creating a truly connected Los Gatos that enables everyone to travel safely through town on bike, foot, or scooter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riggs. Any questions? I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. And I have two more speakers on Zoom. No other cards in the room. Ali Miano.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to thank everyone who's been involved in this project. I too am a member of the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. I'm the vice chair. I'm also I'm speaking in my own behalf, however, and have lived in the town for most of my life. Close to 60 years I've lived here. And yes, Shannon Road has always been full of kids. And we need to do all we can to make it safer. I mean, I just Googled, there was actually a fatality on that road. I believe a high school student years ago. And I want to echo and underline all the very eloquent folks who have spoken before me this evening in support of this project. And like Commissioner Verga, I also live in an area in town where work was done, and I know that can be scary. There are changes that take place, and it can make you nervous. But boy, do I sure appreciate the beautiful sidewalks and streets we have down here downtown now. And I think when the project is done, my belief is that the Shannon residents will appreciate the safety afforded to the kids, but also the look and the feel of the work that's going to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for this speaker. And our final hand raised on Zoom. Our final hand raised on Zoom is Madden. I'm sorry, I have to look closer. Madden Ho Choi.
Yeah, you got my name right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight. I'm a student, and I've gone down Shannon Road. I spent a lot of time in downtown Los Gatos. I've gone down Shannon Road as a biker and as someone in a car. And I want to say that I support this project. I think we should have protected bike lanes. I think that safety for bikers is something that we should prioritize. And, you know, a lot of streets in our neighbors in Cupertino have bike lanes. And that's because of a tragedy many years ago when a teenager was killed by a big rig. And so I want to say that it shouldn't have to be like that. We shouldn't have to wait for a tragedy to protect students, to protect children, to protect all bikers. We should be proactive in our safety for our streets, in climate action, in better communities. And I just want to say that this is a good project. Please keep the faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised. All right, thank you. I have no more hands on Zoom. I'll give you a second, and I just received a card in the room. And if I don't have any more hands come up or cards, you will be our last speaker. Bill High Street.
Thank you all for your time and focus on this. I've got similar credentials than everybody else. I live in the neighborhood, been in here 20, 30 years. I don't think there's any question about the need to improve the safety for our kids and our pedestrians and general safety across the board. What I think is, in my mind, the biggest set of issues is we look at a budget, we look at original grant, already we're asking for twice the amount of original money that was that. We're rerouting money from other funds. We can always justify and we can always do that, but it's already 2x for 1,400 linear feet of traffic mitigation. I think the question is not whether we need it, it's whether we're doing it with overkill, as some gentleman said earlier, or is this somebody's carryover pet project that they got to get through? $2.3 million spent on a $1 million original budget and framework that provided a working option seems to be the fiscally and mature, responsible thing to do to take the step forward necessary to protect our kids and protect the citizens and preserve much of the character of the neighborhood. So I ask that you really look at yourselves and look at the budget, the grant that was originally approved, stay within the scope of that, don't rob and pull money from other funds to create the scope creep that kills so many corporations and businesses. Stick to the original plan, make it work, listen to the citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so I have no more cards and I have no more hands up on Zoom. So I'm going to close public comment. Okay, but so before I get to our council members, unless Council Member Moore, are you raising your hand? Because, okay, let me close public comment first. All right, we've closed public comment. Now I will go to questions, comments, etc. And before I go to Council Member Moore, did our staff want to address any of these questions that came up, or I had a list? Or I guess we'll get to them one at a time. All right, we'll go to Council Member Moore, and then I'll ask you some of the things that came up. All right, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I really appreciate everyone who's here to speak about this. I think this is incredibly important. It's always really heartening to see so many folks from the neighborhoods care so much about, the future of your neighborhood. I think it's shows how much we all love our community. And so I really appreciate everything everyone's raised. And I want to make sure we address those tonight. I've heard I think there's been a lot of concerns, but 4 of the main concerns that I've heard regarding the design, or I guess regarding the project in general, are bollards, which in my understanding are no longer part of this project. Minimizing the kind of runway effect of the buffers, which I think will be important to address. Greener and trees, which I think we're working on addressing, and then the budget, which is something that I'm comfortable with, but I hear that concern. So 2 questions I had for Director Burnham. The first being, if we don't move forward with this plan now or soon, do you think that we will be at risk for losing out on that nearly $1 million from the deadline of the January 24 money? Because I think that's one of my biggest concerns about not moving forward this evening is potentially losing that large pot of funding for this. And then my second question is, does the existing ad alternate in the proposal that we're talking about tonight, does that sort of placate the concerns about the 7-foot concrete runway buffers? Are trees going to be put in those buffers? Or if not, can they be?
Thank you for those questions. Let me take the one about the vegetation first. I think as folks were talking about the buffers, what they're talking about is pavement, right? So they're talking about the painted buffers. The vegetated buffers that are included as part of the project are quite narrow from 0 feet to 4 feet. So in some areas, they will be enough to get trees in other areas that won't be feasible, which is why I'm suggesting we want to field place them. With regard to the grant money, in all honesty, if we get sent back to the drawing board to redesign this, I don't know if we can be done by January and have a contract. I mean, that's just the truth, because it'd have to revise the contract with the engineering firm. We'd have to go back to actually redesign the project. Clearly, there's just a lot to get through, and then just to get the bid process and get a contractor on board, that alone, once we have plans, is a good 2 to 3 month process. So I just honestly, I don't know that we could pull that off.
Okay, great. That's super helpful. Mayor, do you mind if I ask one follow-up?
Of course.
Thank you. So that's really, really helpful feedback for me, Director Burnham. So for me, that means my feeling on this is that we need to figure out how to make this work for everyone tonight and try to find a compromise so we can move forward with an approval of some version of this. So again, with those, that makes sense that what you're, I think that the residents' concerns as well are on those kind of 7-foot pavement buffers. Is there an opportunity to reduce some of that pavement, or frankly, just, put 2 feet of pavement on each part of that buffer and put trees in there as like an extension of that odd alternate, and add 20 trees or however many trees make sense?
So I think the way the cross section of the project works, there's sidewalk, then bikeway, then buffer. And so I think the idea of taking that 3-foot buffer and putting vegetation in it isn't really feasible. I mean, we would need irrigation, we would need, and then you literally have trees kind of in the roadway. So I think if we start to talk about reducing buffers, and I'm going to actually ask Engineer Vroman to chime in on the idea of doing that and what that means in terms of design standard. And I think if we're talking about reducing buffers, we need to talk about pulling the whole project in and providing more buffer at the property lines at the outside of the right-of-way. But again, that's pretty much a full redesign of the project at this point. And Mike, do you want to talk about the requirements for buffers on bikeways and the safety?
Well, no, I thought the 7-foot buffers that people are referring to, I think, are the parking spaces, because those are 7 feet wide. So I don't think we have 7-foot buffers within the design. So, and those are things that we were talking about. That's what the director mentioned, that we may remove some of those parking spaces and put trees in those locations, because those are approximately 7 feet wide, and a parking space is usually 18 to 22 feet in length. So the buffers are 3 feet, and the reason for the 3-foot buffer is so people have a place to put their garbage so people can pick it up so they don't obstruct the bike lane. And those are the buffers that are provided here. So that I think there's approximately 10 parking spaces along the south side that are 7 feet in width. But
I'm sorry, we can't, public comment is closed. We had that. We'll get to some of the questions, but we cannot take any more input from the public. It's just how I understand. We will walk through it. We will walk through it. Thank you. So I guess as a follow-on, Mr. Verman, as we look at the plans, I don't know if we can pull them up. Is there so I think it's important. We'll get back to that. We'll look at the plans. My understanding is everything that's paved is travel lane or bike lane or sidewalk or a 2 to 3 foot buffer at the bike lane or a parking space. And so I guess the question is, there seems to be an impression that there's something else in addition to that that's pavement. And so I'll leave it to Mr. Verman to try and find that. But my impression is everything we're talking about is 2 lanes of traffic, 2 bike lanes, buffer, and sidewalk, and parking space. Okay, we'll continue on. Councilmember Moore, did you have any other questions?
I actually had one follow-up on that, if and then I'll be done, I promise.
Okay, and then we'll go to Councilmember Hudice. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Appreciate you asking. So what would be the process for removing a few parking spaces to add trees?
So I'm suggesting that we would do that as a field change. So we would move forward with the plans, and then as we move into construction, work with the contractor. And I think what Mr. Roman's talking about is, we wouldn't eliminate the middle of a parking space lane. We would, kind of shave off the ends and provide some amount of buffer on the ends of the spaces to put trees in select locations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will move to Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I have two things I wanted to ask about. One is I'm interested in seeing the on the plans the property of the resident who spoke earlier, and specifically understand whether the plans call for a 6 or 7 foot paved buffer in front of her home. And if that takes a minute to pull up the plans. And then I have another question, which is, there was a meeting, I attended several of the community meetings. There was one that was in person on the street on January 15th, 2022. And it was, I thought, a productive meeting in that the residents, I think there were 35 residents or so, really for the first time felt that they could walk and show some things to folks from from the town, and there were also Complete Streets commissioners at that meeting as well. What I'm interested in is what changes were incorporated as a result of that meeting. If that's possible, it would be really helpful, because I think there's an impression that the outreach meetings were ones where things were presented and ideas, there was not much opportunity for ideas of the residents to shape the project. But I know I attended that one, and there were quite a few ideas that were developed, including removing parking spaces and adding trees and dealing with the buffer. So I'm interested in specifically what changes were made after that meeting to reflect the input of the community.
Can I, the speaker who spoke about the 7-foot buffer, I didn't get their address. And so can we get clarification on that?
Yes, so the speaker may only supply their address.
16668. Okay. And that's
Okay.
on the south side? Okay. All right.
Okay, so Director Burnham
Okay.
will address. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So we will look at that and get back to that question that Councilmember Hudes asked.
Okay, we'll be looking at that area for the buffers. Thank you. Okay.
So I'm really sorry to say, Councilmember, I can't answer your question because I wasn't at that meeting. So I can't tell you exactly what changes were made or what was heard from that meeting. And I'm sorry to have to say that.
Yeah. I don't know if this is appropriate. I was also at that meeting, and some of the changes that came up went back and forth. Like, there was originally on the first project, or the first iteration of the project, the residents that showed up said parking wasn't an issue, and so there wasn't going to be parking incorporated. Then the next iteration, people said there was parking wanted. A lot of what came up at that in-person meeting, there were two things. One is staff and some members of the Complete Streets Commission, and I was there, and Councilmember Hudes walked Shannon Road with some of the residents to see, okay, where's the property line? Where does the fence go? And there was kind of a decision on why the green buffer had to be up against the property line, because otherwise residents would have had way too much into the public right-of-way and more would have had to been removed. So I can't remember if the buffer moved at that point or if it just reinforced that the buffer really couldn't be between the sidewalk and the bike lane as had been suggested at that meeting. The other thing, there was something else that came up at that meeting. The parking went back and forth, the buffer went back and forth. There was a lot of discussion of eliminating the buffer on the bike lane. And, that changes the whole scope of safety and discussion and what the council unanimously approved in 2021. So I'm not sure if the plans changed drastically. I think there was more discussion of what the trade-offs were. Did you follow any of it, Councilmember Hudes? I mean, you were also at the council meeting where we approved it, and there was a discussion of what had gone on at that point. You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that it was an open air meeting, and we didn't have formal rules, and there weren't notes taken, but it was my impression from the meeting that additional trees, additional greenery would be added, and additional parking spaces would be removed. And that's why it's important that we have records of these things. And so my question is, why wouldn't we detail those further changes now on the plans rather than leave them open for what's described as field changes? If these were important things to the residents, why is it, we're well over a year, almost a year and a half since then, why haven't those changes been incorporated, and why are they being left for the future rather than being detailed so that the residents can see what's going to happen?
Director Burnham?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I would agree it's not optimal. When I came into the position, quite frankly, the plans were essentially complete. And so we've been working with PG&E on utility relocation and working on getting clearances for the grantors. But the plans essentially haven't changed since last summer. So I knew greenery was a concern to the residents. It wasn't clear to me that it had been promised or that plan changes were expected to be in the offing. And I think knowing that it is a concern to the residents and that the plans were done, what we propose now was sort of trying to go that extra mile to at least, have the residents know that we heard them. And that we can try to address the concern that they have.
If I may, just one last follow-up, and that is, if we were to take the time to update the plans with the changes of trees, and I'm not talking about a redesign, I'm simply talking about the items that were discussed and agreed to that now seem to be described as field changes, would that introduce such a delay that we would be in danger of losing our grants if we were to update our design to reflect those changes?
I feel like that's a more viable change. They're relatively small changes that we could make if we're talking about eliminating the parking. I don't know that I can make enough plan changes to get 14 trees shown on the plans now. I'd have to look at that a little bit more in more detail, but certainly, to eliminate parking and add trees, we can look at that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, your hand is still up, Councilmember Hudes.
And
okay.
I also think Engineer Berman has an answer to the question about the buffer.
Mr. Berman?
Yes, thank you. After further review, that I sit corrected that there is no 7-foot buffer, but there is the buffer on the south side of the street does vary from 0 to 6 feet. So there is some 6 feet, and thank you. Someone did, it was Jimmy, brought me up the cut sheet front shows a 6-foot buffer just east of Magnuson Loop. And I did confirm that on the plan. So there is from 0 to 6 feet. I think part of the reason for doing that was to maintain the bike lane in a straight and narrow so the bike lane isn't traversing back and forth. So I think in some areas where the street was a little wider, I think they maintained the 5-foot bike lane and then increased the buffer so they could maintain the through lane. And those are some things I think we may be able to look at and possibly make some revisions within the design. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that cooperation together, and it sounds like that is something, if, as we move forward, if staff can look into how can we do something softer in there, wherever there's an option to remove asphalt. It sounds like we're in favor of that. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. So I don't know that I have any questions, but I wanted to start giving my thoughts. Actually, kind of from the beginning, this project's been a little frustrating to me. I felt like we took kind of a downtown San Jose design, that's what the state-of-the-art design is or something, and we tried to stuff it in what's kind of a country feel road, and clearly a downtown San Jose doesn't feel like a country road. It maybe works okay on Winchester. And as we've gone through this, we were even as council members, I don't felt like we got any input on the design. And I heard the residents say, well, they were given choices, and it was this kind of standard design or this kind of standard design. And again, sort of the standard of the day is something that's very city-like, and it's, I get it. I actually lived in Los Altos for a long time where we had no sidewalks and had that country feel, and some people like that country feel, and I know other people want sidewalks. They think they're safer. I recall campaigning on Inglewood this past year, and somebody's like, well, why haven't you built sidewalks? And I'm like, well, some people actually prefer the country feel. And that's one of the messages I keep hearing from the residents here is they want to keep the country, maybe that's not the right word, but the country feel to their street, but we haven't been able to be creative to change the design away from what you might put in a hard city with hard buildings and hard sidewalks and so forth, to make it work. And certainly the last town engineer was not flexible at all. Councilmember Hudis hit exactly what I thought we had asked for as a council. Also was, can we get rid of some of these parking spaces and can we get more trees into them? The response I think we got from the last town engineer was, well, it seems hard, but we'll try. It seems like you're now actually really trying, but I don't think I have the confidence, and I don't think the neighbors have the confidence that we've gotten far enough away from this cookie cutter city, I'm just going to use the word city, hard city design, to something that better fits the neighborhood. So what, it feels like to me, I think you just answered that you might be willing to put some trees on the diagram and start to develop some more confidence that this won't be a city hard design, that it'll be something that fits the neighborhood a little bit better. And certainly, I know residents said there's no way they wanted 10 spaces. I remember that pretty well from the last meeting, and there still seems to be 10 spaces on the design. So that's a pretty obvious direction we could be changing. It just feels to me like we shouldn't approve this tonight. We should have another public meeting. And I know you don't want to change the designs, but you said you could do some things to help show how this is going to better fit the neighborhood. So maybe I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
I echo a lot of those sentiments. I think we can all agree on wanting safe roads for cars, bikes, and pedestrians. We can all agree on that. In the staff report dated October 14th of 2021, Staff noted that Design Concept 1 and Design Concept 3 both serve the purpose of improving visibility and safety of bicyclists on Shannon Road. I continue to question the need for excessive design based on unsubstantiated safety concerns and keeping fiscal prudence in mind. This neighborhood, I would describe it as bucolic. It's beautiful. I would be really concerned about moving any project forward tonight. I feel that the residents really weren't listened to, and I think we're all not clear on what design we would even try to approve tonight if we tried to modify it or wing it in design. So those are my comments.
Okay, I wanted to make a couple of comments. I mean, first to address some questions. The speed bumps came up a few times, and my understanding is that we did approve 5 speed bumps for the run of Shannon, but knowing that there was a project going in, we weren't going to pave twice. And so those speed bumps have always been on the plan, but they weren't going to be implemented until the sidewalk and bike lanes went in. I think there has been a lot of back and forth. I think originally when parking spaces went in, there were vocal people saying they needed parking. And I know that when we approved this project in 2021, first of all, when we approved it in 2021 unanimously, it was in the motion that there would not be green bollards. So, I was a little bit concerned when residents were writing saying, we don't want green bollards. You're not going to get green bollards. They are not going to go on a residential street. We're not doing that. So that is a given. We do have a lot, I spent a lot of time talking to Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition and other people that are experts in what helps people, enjoy walking and biking. And one of the comments they made was you can take a sidewalk and kind of punctuate it periodically. So if you have a 6-foot sidewalk, you can occasionally make it 4 feet wide to accommodate a tree, have it cut in, but still have the space. And I think that I have huge appreciation for Director Burnham for hearing a lot of the residents' complaints. I mean, the biggest concern, and I get it, I'm a cyclist and a walker. I don't like to be on hot asphalt, is to look at the trees. I think that's the most significant thing we can do. I think looking at the plans, it's really hard to know exactly where the trees can go. I liked her idea to help this project move forward, that it can be an ad, a field ad where basically as the project's being rolled out, it's like, oh, a tree makes sense here, a tree makes sense there. So I feel like knowing that we can add back trees, and then if we hear from the residents, really get down deep. And when you get to the point that it's, do you need 10 parking spaces? Or if you had fewer, you could have more green and more trees. Maybe we can't make that decision tonight. Maybe we do need a continuation where we can make sure the neighbors, that we don't have another meeting where 20 neighbors show up and say, I have nowhere to park. So I would be afraid to make that decision right now to eliminate parking spaces. The increase in the cost, every project, as time goes on, everything gets more and more expensive. It's utterly depressing and shocking to me every time we try to do something with concrete or asphalt, how exorbitantly expensive everything is. And we know that the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. So the fact that we have some really solid grants tells me this project has a ton of merit. And if we did a complete redesign, we probably can't do anything because we'll lose our grants and we may not be able to get new grants in the future. So I'm not really wanting to redesign this at all. We did have a unanimous approval in 2021 by all of this council minus Councilmember Moore. So we didn't inherit this project, we approved this project. When people look at this one section, it is part of a jigsaw puzzle. There are plans for much better bike lanes on Los Gatos Boulevard. There are plans for much better bike lanes on Cherry Blossom. These are routes that are used extensively by a lot of people, including families and children, and we have a limited amount of space. So when I hear people talk to me about, well, get rid of the buffer and make the bike lane 3 feet wide, which I did get that input from people, a human body on a bike literally takes up 3 feet. That would be like saying your car lane goes from 10 feet to 6 feet because a car is about 6 feet wide. You can't do that, and we can't do that to cyclists. So, we do need a certain size bike lane. If we don't have the buffers, we're back to the part-time bike lanes we have right now. There's going to be trash cans in the bike lanes at least one day a week, and then we only have bike lanes 4 school days a week. So I think the buffers are critical, but I do think there's a lot of room for green space, and I'm really leaning toward not redesigning the project, but taking the places where we know that there's some extra room, a little bit of width periodically off the sidewalk. If the bike lane buffer gets wider to keep the bike lane in a straight line, what can we do to soften part of that buffer? How many parking spaces can we eliminate? And I don't think how many parking spaces we can eliminate can be decided tonight, but I think a lot of the others can. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. And I do want to say that, I love this street. I walk on it, I bike on it, I'm on it at least once a week. It's beautiful. But I think it will also be beautiful when there's sidewalks and bike lanes. I will say right now, they are part-time bike lanes. I think the move to eliminate parking in that shoulder area from 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. was helpful for bicycles and pedestrians. I can tell you, I'm on that road at least once a week. There's never been a day where there's not 1 or 5 cars parked right under the no parking from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So signs don't help drivers behave. And when you have to go around those cars and into the road, I've had cars run up on me, honk at me, yell at me for not, driving over a parked car. So, I think we're trying to balance a lot of needs. We're trying to balance the entire surrounding area that uses this roadway with the needs and the desires of the residents who live on it. But it is a town street, and we do need to make the best decision to balance for everybody. It doesn't mean we want to steamroll you, but it does mean that we have a much larger consideration than what each resident specifically wants. So I hope we can find a middle ground. Yes. And so now I will go to other council members. We've got Council Member Moore and then Council Member Hudes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm hearing general, if not consensus, but a lot of folks here in favor of 3 things that I'm identifying, and I wanted to see if Director Burnham thinks that these can be incorporated. If we send this back with this direction, if this could be incorporated without a total redesign and bring this back to the council in the next few months for approval. So the revising the design to minimize large asphalt buffers, removing parking spaces to add trees, and adding trees and landscaping in other areas where we can. Do you think that would be possible?
I think we can give it our best shot. Yeah. I mean, those sound like things that are kind of tweaks around the edges rather than starting over again and going back to a different alternative.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Hudes.
That sort of sounds like the motion and something I might be able to support with a couple of additions. One would be to look at landscaping in terms of even if it requires some irrigation, and to outline what the cost would be of providing that irrigation. I know that a number of landscaping ideas were ruled out because of irrigation, and so without assuming that we have the money for that, I would be interested in understanding how much money it would take, particularly since there may be the possibility of this project being less expensive due to the development that's going to occur. And the second thing, which I think is very important, is that there be another in-person community meeting held with the plans and notes be taken about any ideas or changes that are potential in the, that come about from that. And I understand we've had some turnover And I understand that our new director is listening to the community, but I have to say that there is some suspicion that ideas and concerns were not taken seriously. And I think that anything we do moving forward needs to have as much detail in those plans. You know, when we approve a development, we approve a residential structure, there's a plan where the trees are. And so I would urge us to provide that kind of information so that the residents can understand what is being proposed. I think that would be much better than allowing just field decisions, considering the history on this, where some of the concerns and details have been lost. So with those two ideas, I would be willing to support an idea such as Councilmember Moore proposed.
Can I ask you a question, Director Burnham? Speaking of irrigation, I mean, if there was greenery in front of a residence and we ran irrigation, whose water would be used and who would pay for it and how would that work? I mean, I know that in the Almond Grove neighborhood, when our streets were repaved, we had the option to run our own irrigation to the park strip. The town did not irrigate that. Our trees were watered for 2 years, and then it's up to us to take care of them. And, so I'm just wondering, if we had more greenery, would we ask the neighbors to adopt it, or how could that even work? How could the town, anyway, how?
I think it's a great question. I am not aware of any like park strip or street vegetation in town where we have irrigation, but I may just also not be aware. So I think I can take the comment. I mean, I think what I heard was consider it and evaluate it, and I can come back. But my sense is that what you have seen in the past with regard to a park strip or the street vegetation being irrigated off of a homeowner's property is probably the most practical way of doing that. But
Yeah.
we can look at it and come back and provide either the reason we aren't able to do it or that we've come to some other arrangement with neighbors or.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
My understanding is we don't really need to consider irrigation. I think that's taking us on a path that may end up in the answer no. Like you started to say, when we basically the town plants trees in a planting strip, we have a truck that comes around and waters them for 2 years until their roots get established, and then they're able to take any other water that's coming from nearby. I'm assuming they're not got 10 feet of or 15 feet of concrete to grow under before they can get water. Is that what the issue is? Because what I'm hearing from the neighbors is they keep saying trees. Trees, I think, are easier than regular landscape that needs continuous irrigation. So I think to simplify the problem, we should be focusing on trees and what they need, which is usually just getting them started for some number of years.
Thank you. The other thing is, I guess, in discussion about trees, we were talking about potentially having the neighbors adopt them as opposed to having a watering truck. I know with the Almond Grove, we had a contract, that was a huge project, and we had a water truck going along the park strip. Was that under consideration, like how the trees would be managed, or we'll deal with that later? How they would get established?
Yeah, I think that's an issue we would, with this additional kind of time and thoughtfulness, we can put more thought into that.
Okay. I guess what I need to know, I mean, we have a number of items on here, A through H. Is it helpful to approve any of these, or would it, given that we're asking some questions, should we have a motion? Are we looking to then continue this? I see Councilmember Moore's hand up, but what I'm wondering is, like A is approve the plans and specifications. But if we're talking about adding trees, or I don't know, it sounds like our manager wants to step in.
Yeah, I think we do need to do a couple of things. So we do have a contract amendment with Active Ways. So they are the engineering firm that would help us with any redesign. Their current scope is design work, but we've already asked for a little bit more money. And I would suggest that we, at minimum, approve the second amendment, because it'll then position us to give us at least a little bit of resources to do. I don't know what the ultimate motion will be, but given the way this conversation's going, it sounds like we're going to need at least a few of the sheets to be redone, and that is going to be design work. So I think that would be helpful tonight. Definitely articulating your direction, as a couple of you have earlier, and putting that in a motion would be very helpful. And then all of the other pieces, you're certainly welcome to approve all of the expenditure transfers so that they're done and considered for this project. But if you would feel more comfortable doing that at the time that you see the new plans, we completely understand that as well.
Okay.
And let Director Burnham add to my comments. Okay, I think we're ready.
Okay, I mean, it sounds to me, and I'll get back to Councilmember Moore, that A, approve the plans and specifications sounds like that's going to need, I don't know if we're ready to specify that tonight, so that might be waiting a little bit, and so we probably don't want to authorize advertising the project, but it sounds like C through H, given that we're going to do a project, could be a motion, and then we can have a motion for dealing with A and B, is what it looks like to me. I'll go to Councilmember Moore, and I don't see Councilmember Hudes on the screen anymore. Okay, all right, Councilmember Moore.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So what I'm hearing, so I think I'm willing to make one motion, and Mayor, if you want to make another motion in addition to that, I would probably support the motion, but I want to make the first motion first. So I'll move to authorize the town manager to execute the second amendment to the consulting services agreement with Active Ways Engineering for additional engineering services during bid, award, and construction in an amount of $25,238, resulting in a total agreement not to exceed $100,096,709, and to return the Shannon Road pedestrian and bikeway improvements project to town staff with the direction to revise the design to minimize large asphalt buffers, to remove parking spaces and add trees, to add trees in other areas wherever possible, to organize a community meeting, and to prioritize, and I apologize to staff if this sounds hypocritical, but to prioritize returning this item to council as much of a timely matter as possible in order to maintain our grant funding.
Okay, we have a motion. I'll second it just to start the conversation. And I see Councilmember Hudes on here without his camera, so I'll be watching for your hand. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, comments? Vice Mayor Badami.
We may need to bifurcate this, because I can agree to C, because that's looking at design modifications, which we might be looking at to satisfy the neighbors. So I can do that. But the second part of the motion, I would like to add, because I don't want to just confine it to what Councilmember Moore said, we might need to incorporate further concerns and consider a design that's simpler in nature by listening to the residents.
I have a question. If we change the design, then we're starting over from zero. So that would be eliminating this project, losing the grants and starting over?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure I agree with a 2 feet feet buffer next to the curb. So there's certain little intricacies of this that I may not be amenable to. That's something that I'm concerned about. And the buffer between the car lane and the bike lane, it's not clear to me, how wide, how many feet we're looking at there. Is it going to be 1 foot, 2 feet? I mean, I need to see more to really feel comfortable in approving on such a confined motion.
Okay, I mean, I think, so we have the buffer, Councilmember Rennie.
I would just say I'm comfortable with the motion as it is to to move that forward to see what comes of it.
Okay, with the instruction that we'd be looking at hard spaces and where trees could go. We've got that general instruction, and it'll come back to us. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. Would the motion include a public meeting on site with the residents?
Yeah, I set a community meeting with and I can say with the residents. I think that on-site is fine. I guess I don't want to confine it so much because I know we're on a timeline here. So I want to give our staff the flexibility to, meet with our residents in a way that makes sense. But I think an in-person meeting makes sense. I can provide that direction, unless the director has any, issues.
Well, if I could, I'm sorry, just to respond. I would be able to support the motion if it were on site. An in-person meeting, I don't think would be sufficient.
Director Burnham, does that work? Okay, so we have an agreement with the director that can be done in a timely manner. So we have a motion, a second, and it sounds like Councilmember Hudes then, did that address your concerns, or what else?
If it includes an on-site meeting, then it addresses my concerns.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie.
Just let me add a suggestion. I know the Rotary uses the Presbyterian Church, or they did, I think they still are. You might consider asking them if you can use their room, because I think you may want to have some flip charts or projection or something, but you're right there, so you can start a meeting indoors, and then you can go walk the sites. Just a suggestion to make, because I know on site might be hard to show people things. So you may have an opportunity for sort of a hybrid with that idea.
Okay, we'll leave those details, but that's a great suggestion. Okay, we have Vice Mayor Badami.
With the addition of an on-site meeting to engage the residents, I would be comfortable moving forward with the motion.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Does staff understand the motion? Okay, so we've got that. And right now that only covers item C. So I will call the question. Actually, we'll do the roll call vote. So Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so the motion passes unanimously. We still have other items on here. I don't know if people feel comfortable. Well, I'll make a motion to approve D, E, F, G, and H, and that's authorizing because I'm not envisioning a universe in which we do no project at all and just throw away all the design work we've done. I think I'm optimistic that we're going to get to a good place here. So I would like to move that we authorize the expenditure budget transfer in amount of $133,380 from available traffic mitigation funds. Authorize an expenditure budget transfer in an amount of $200,000 from available funds in Fund 461 CIP number 816-0420. Authorize an expenditure budget transfer in an amount of $60,000 from available funds in CIP number 813-0221. Authorize an expenditure budget transfer in amount of $231,524 from available funds in CIP number 813-0231 and authorize an expenditure budget transfer in an amount of $219,772 from available funds in CIP number 811-9902. Do I have a second? Councilmember Moore.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments on this item? Vice Mayor Badami.
I won't be supporting that motion. I cannot support fund transfers without a finalized project.
Okay. Okay, again, thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudes.
No.
Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami.
No.
Councilmember Rennie.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, not because I want to authorize something that's not approved, but I know that given the give and take, we're going to get to a better project. And I think this will be something that'll be good for the whole community. Okay, and then I guess we will not look at A and B until we get back. So that closes the item. Thank you. All right. Given it's 9:35, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 9:45 if that works for everybody. Okay, thank you. Okay, we need to get the meeting going again. Our 15-minute or 10-minute break turned into a 15-minute break. So I'll give everybody 30 seconds to find a seat or find a door or find some quiet. All right, is KCAT ready? All right, the meeting's resumed, and we will move to item 15, which is provide direction for potential disposition and use of Calf Hill Court. And we have a staff report from our manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. One of the town council's strategic priorities is to look at our land assets and consider the sale or lease of surplus property. So 2 items for you tonight. One is Calf Hill Court, located near the middle school. This is a 0.87 acre piece of property that is vacant with a lot of trees, and actually the majority of the property is very, very steep. It has residential zoning as well as a residential general plan designation, and we're bringing it forward for discussion tonight about potential use and or disposition of the property. Given its constraints in terms of flat area and some other features, it's very possible that the town council may want to just maintain it as town-owned property, consider it for future uses, or you could consider for lease or sale for potential residential development as per our planning documents. If the council does want to lease or sell the land, we have to go through the surplus lands process, which means that open space entities and affordable housing developers would have the first opportunity to either lease or buy from the town. But this evening, we just thought we would get the discussion going. This is one property that we have not had any discussion about, and we also want to hear from our public in terms of any ideas that it might have for council consideration. So with that, we are available to answer any questions and receive your direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, let's see, the Vice Mayor's hand is up?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for staff. Was this parcel included in the housing element site inventory?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Another quick question. So has staff done any analysis of this site besides, the basic stuff that was included in the staff report?
We have not done any serious assessment in terms of geology or potential earthquake faults or other, hazmat. We haven't done any phase 1 hazmat or anything like that. Director Paulson is here as well. So if council is serious about a potential development, there's probably some additional due diligence that we could do. Again, we didn't want to invest time and resources on a property until we heard from you and from the council in terms of what some of your ideas might be for next steps.
Thank you.
I don't see Councilmember Hughes. Oh, there he is. Okay. Did you have any questions, Councilmember Hughes? Not right now?
No, thank you.
Okay. And, I appreciate the reason this is on here is because the council has never discussed this piece of property, and we were looking at, is there any direction? Councilmember Moore, your hand is still up. Did you have? Okay. So there's no specific idea. This is just for the council to have a discussion about it. If there were any thoughts about doing something with this property, looking into more options, or just letting it go. Seeing no questions right now, I'll open this to public comment. I see some people on Zoom, but no hands raised, and I have no cards in the room from anybody. So I will return to council. Vice Mayor Badami.
My thought is to retain ownership and lease the land on a long-term basis to a developer of affordable housing. My rationale is that by leasing the land, there's a much higher probability of developing affordable housing.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
I would be very supportive of that as well. Because of the nature of the land, I'd want to, get kind of dive into the feasibility of that. So looking at the slope, looking at the geotechnical, all of that. But I agree with the vice mayor, and I think that at a more general level, I'm also supportive of kind of this being used for a community benefit of some kind. I think affordable housing would be my top tier of that. But if it wasn't, if for whatever reason there were constraints that made them impossible, I think this could be a good site for, another community garden, another small park, a dog park, those sorts of things.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
I wonder if any council members have gone out to look at the property, because I did ride my bike there, and this looks like that Bella Vista property that somebody managed to get suckered into buying and tried to build on for years and years and years. And I would, unless I'm looking at the wrong piece of property, this is a severely steep slope. Like if you take 2 steps off, you fall down a hill and break your neck kind of hillside. So selling it or even leasing it to somebody else just sounds like starting trouble. I remember during the Bella Vista one, okay, somebody owns it, so they have some property rights, and we need to let them do some economic value with it. But in this case, we own it, and I don't think we should be encouraging somebody else to make a disaster out of it. So unless I'm looking at the wrong piece of property, I would suggest council members go out and take a look at what they're suggesting we build on.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor Badami. I didn't see which order your hands went up. I'm sorry.
I don't want to, I've been out of the property and I don't want to speak for the vice mayor, but the vice mayor lives very close to the property, I believe. I think that, what we're talking about tonight, I think is general direction. I think what I would ask of our staff is to assess whether or not this would be something that would be worth would be a piece of property that would be worth trying to sell to an affordable housing or lease to an affordable housing developer. Because I mean, we don't want to, you know, lease a property that's not going to ever be able to be built on. But I think I think there's, you know, creative solutions everywhere. And I think property is our number one. I mean, it's a huge asset as a town. And it's very rare that we have a piece of town-owned property. And so I think if there's the capacity to build housing on it, we should, if somebody's interested, I think we should encourage that and let them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami?
Yes, I'm glad you brought up Bella Vista because I'm very familiar with that property. In fact, it remains undeveloped, but council on a 3-2 vote approved a 2,500 square foot home with a cellar on a slope that was maybe 40 degrees, where it could have been scaled back and been a much smaller home that was on grade. So I think about that council did approve a home on a slope that steep. That may be something we can approve just to be consistent on this particular property, but maybe something much smaller in scale that would provide affordability and being a much smaller unit.
Okay, I guess I don't see anything from Councilmember Hudes. You know, I've also looked at the property a bunch of times. I mean, it's, without looking at the topography, it's in a great location for access. You know, there's pedestrian access through 2 streets. I guess it's not up to us to predispose, but whether it could be buildable or not, we may want to find out or see if there's affordable housing developers who see any potential there. But I guess I have one question for staff. What does it mean to lease the land? I mean, I can imagine selling it or donating the land or selling it for $1 for affordable housing. How would leasing work?
So again, we would have to go through the surplus process, and it's possible, since we're talking about affordable housing, if there is someone who's interested in leasing the land for that purpose, that we would then negotiate the terms. But essentially it would mean that we would retain ownership, and then they would build whatever development is viable on that site, maybe a very small home and an ADU or whatever can actually fit. And then they would manage it, you know, and if it is part of our BMP program, then we would determine whether or not it would be managed through our BMP provider as well. But it does provide long-term, you know, asset for us because we would retain the ownership. So it's one option for the town council. And, you know, I think if the council is interested in affordable housing, then I can work with our community development staff and we can do a little bit more research about, you know, what the real development potential of the property is. Because I think, you know, we all know that the challenges that other properties have brought to us. And so we certainly want to make sure that we are being consistent, but also recognizing the trees and the other attributes of the land.
Okay, thank you. I mean, 0.87 acres sounds like a lot, but you know, it would be interesting to know what, if anything, can be built on there. Would it be a house and an ADU? But I think something, you know, in terms of using town land for affordable housing, that has a lot of merit, I think. Councilmember Hudes, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Yes, I agree that pursuing affordable housing with an asset such as this would sort of be the highest and best use for a town asset. And so I would be in favor of exploring that type of an option first. You know, the one thing that does come to mind about the Bella Vista is that, you know, when it came around to approving a project, we were sort of forced to do that. Otherwise, it would be considered a taking. And so I would, in this case, I'd be interested in exploring really how developable how feasible it is to develop housing on this property before, as part of the further consideration as well, so that we don't end up again with a property that is on the borderline of it being a taking when nothing can be built. So I'd be interested in hearing more about that.
Right. It also sounds like if we're the landowner, we wouldn't worry about taking from ourselves. But I can imagine if we got engaged with somebody and they felt like they could build. That's a good point. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I agree with what Councilmember Hudis is getting at here, and I think that in terms of specifics on this, I wouldn't want to provide direction to lease or sell or anything like that. I think that the direction would be to assess the feasibility of developing affordable housing on this in whatever form that takes. I think that is probably most attractive to a developer, especially on a kind of stranger piece of property, to sell the land for $1 that also releases some of our liability. But I think that before we get there, I think it's worth providing direction to staff that in an ideal world, we'd love to see affordable housing developed here, and to assess whether or not that would even be possible.
Thank you. It sounds like we have consensus. I don't know if you're looking for a motion or if you just have direction to do further exploration toward housing.
It would help for our minutes, I think, and if Councilmember Moore wants to convert what he just said into a motion, that would be terrific.
Okay, Councilmember Moore, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to provide direction to town staff to explore the feasibility of affordable housing at the Calf Hill Court site, APN number 529-21034.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Vice Mayor.
I just have a question for the maker of the motion. So, Councilmember Moore, would that be that the town would retain ownership and lease the land on a long-term basis to a developer of affordable housing, or sell it in hopes of affordable housing pending the feasibility of the site?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I think it's been the only piece that was different. My motion is to just direct to staff to assess the feasibility of affordable housing at a high level, not getting into what the specifics of what we will do, lease, sell, et cetera, with the property. Just see if it's possible to do affordable housing there at all, and then we can get into the specifics of one way or the other.
Okay, so we have a motion. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I'll second the motion. I am of a mind that it's not something we should sell, but I think that's the second step in this process. And so I'd be comfortable with the motion as it is, because obviously if we were to, consider selling it would have to come back to the council anyway. So anyway, my thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think we're asking for something so high level that any next step will come back to the council. So we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question, seeing no comments. Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie.
No.
And the mayor votes aye, so the motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Rennie voting nay. Okay, that concludes this item, and now we will sort of move to item 16.
Thank you. Item 16 is a similar agenda item regarding the potential disposition and use of 224 West Main Street. Because we have 2 council members participating remotely, it's staff's recommendation that this item be continued, and because Mayor Risto will be recusing herself, and so based on proximity to that location. And so staff's recommendation is that the council make a motion to continue it to a subsequent meeting. And I do recommend that Mayor Risto recuse herself from voting on the motion to continue.
That works for me. I didn't realize I was so close to the property, but I am. Okay, so I will direct the meeting, but I will not be voting. Do we have a motion? We need a motion to continue this, or will, okay.
Yes.
So Vice Mayor Badami?
Do we need to open it up for
Sorry,
public comment?
yeah, we should take public comment.
Oh, okay,
on this.
that's what I was wondering. So if we're going to do that. Okay, so we do have a card from Lee Quintana.
Actually, my card was for the last item. I don't think you asked for public comments.
Oh,
And I
for
was
Calf
aware
Hill. I apologize. I thought it said item 16. It says item 15. Can we take public comment on that item?
Yes, the council could vote to reopen the public hearing on Calf Hill.
Okay. Do I have a motion to open public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, and seconded by the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Please proceed, Ms. Quintana.
Okay.
I apologize.
My comments were only that I agree that it would be nice to use town property for affordable housing, but listening to the comments that were made about the topography of this site, I'm wondering whether it is a suitable place for affordable housing, because hillsides tend to be very expensive to develop on, number one. So my questions are to ask that staff investigate, one, the possibility of selling the property, but putting some deed restrictions on it as to the size of the house that can be built, so that we avoid the same problem that came up with Bella Vista. And then dedicating that money from a sale to affordable housing, to the Affordable Housing Fund. Just things that I think should be at least looked at.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any questions. So now I'm going backward and closing public comment on item 15, and item 15 is closed. Item 16, we had a motion to continue. And is there any public comment? Okay, I see one hand raised on Zoom. I have no cards for item 16. So if anyone wanted to talk to us about Calf Hill in this room, you can fill out a card. On Zoom, I've got Catherine Hedges.
Well, all I have to say is I'd like to thank Councilmember Rob Moore for being interested in affordable housing. Although I do share concerns about the suitability of the site if it's on a steep slope. It seems like that's going to require a lot of expensive engineering work for foundation stuff. But I appreciate the thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm closing public hearing on item 16, which is 224 West Main. And do we have a motion to, okay, so now we've done all the public hearing. Do I have a motion to continue this item? Vice Mayor Badami.
I'll move to continue item number 16, 224 West Main Street, to a subsequent meeting determined by staff.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie seconds. It looks like we have no hands raised for comments. I can't vote. I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention or recusal, or I don't know how you count that. Okay, so that closes that item, and it takes us to our final item, item number 17, and I'm guessing this will be a staff report from our town attorney.
Yes, Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney. This item is for recommendation of rescission of censure of Planning Commissioner Clark.
Excuse
and
me?
I'll provide a little background.
Me?
Yes.
I believe Councilmember Moore needs to recuse
I'm sorry.
himself.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, yes. So Councilmember Moore, this is our final item, and it looks like you'll be recusing yourself.
Correct. I'll be recusing myself from this item.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, and we'll say goodnight to you. Thank you.
Good night. Wish you all a productive conversation. Have a good night.
Okay. All right. He is off the Zoom. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, now, here we go.
Thank you. So I'll start with a little bit of background. This relates to an email from Commissioner Clark that was sent to HCD regarding the town's housing element. The town received a number of complaints about the email. So the town convened an evaluation committee to consider the complaints. The evaluation committee recommended censure based on the divisive nature of the email. The town council voted to censure the commissioner on February 15th. After that meeting, the town was contacted by the American Civil Liberties Union, and the American Civil Liberties Union referred the town to case law that protects First Amendment rights of public officials when they're commenting in their private capacity. I have reviewed the case law provided by the ACLU, and based on that case law, I am recommending that the council rescind the censure. This would include rescinding the town council's verbal censure, as well as the letter from the evaluation committee to Commissioner Clark. It would also include a statement that the counseling that was provided to the commissioner was not warranted and will not be provided in the future for comments that are made in an official's private capacity. And this is obviously a complicated issue, and so I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I imagine there will be questions. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. In the evaluation committee, and then in the February 15th disciplinary hearing, there were questions about conflict of interest in that Ms. Clark represented that she does housing work in certain communities, and when asked repeatedly, she answered that she does housing work for West Valley Community Services in Los Gatos. I don't see anything about that in the staff report, and I didn't see anything about that in the original evaluation. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything about that conflict of interest and her Ms. Clark's responses on that matter. Is there a reason why we're not addressing the potential conflict of interest?
So the conflict of interest is based on the State Political Reform Act, and that's based on a public official's source of income. When the complaints were initially submitted, I reviewed the complaints against the Political Reform Act, and it appeared to me that West Valley Community Services was involved in providing services to the homeless. That did not appear to constitute a conflict of interest with the commissioner's duties as a planning commissioner.
If I may, as a follow-up, my specific question was about her answers to questions that were given during the February 15th hearing, where she stated that she does housing work in communities, and when asked, is she employed, is she paid to do housing work by West Valley Community Services? She answered yes. So is that, again, I'm not going back to the information that you researched for the evaluation. I'm talking about the information that came out subsequently in the hearing.
Mm-hmm. So I would recommend that the council consider conflict of interest questions separate from the complaints that were received regarding the email to HCD. And that's definitely an avenue that the council could choose, is to review any potential conflicts of interest for all planning commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennie. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
So some questions. Your report, you're recommending that we rescind our censure. And I don't know that you mentioned it. I'm assuming that that's because we're concerned ACLU might sue us to force us to rescind the censure?
That's correct.
What's the percent chance, I know this is a guess, that you think they would sue us?
I think I've had numerous conversations with representatives from ACLU. I would say it's 100% certainty.
Okay, so if we did get in a lawsuit with them, is it an open shut case, or do we, have any ground to stand on for not rescinding our censure?
So, in a nutshell, there's like two main cases that apply in this situation. The first is Bond versus Floyd, and that stands for the proposition that a public official is free to exercise their First Amendment right to say anything in their capacity as a private citizen. There is a recent case out of Houston involving a community college district that censured one of its own board members. That's a very recent case, and the Supreme Court held that the board was free to exercise its own First Amendment right to censure one of its own members. However, that court stopped short of saying that board members could censure members of subordinate bodies, and the court reasoned that it would have the effect of chilling the exercise of those free speech rights. And so, based on the fact that there's no precedent upholding a board or council from censuring members of subordinate bodies for speech made in their private capacity, I think that the town would probably lose the litigation.
And if we lost, what would that cost us?
In similar litigation, I understand that the costs have reached as high as $375,000, and that was based on a First Amendment lawsuit brought by the ACLU in another jurisdiction.
Is that a total of what our cost would be and attorney's fees that would be awarded?
Attorney's fees and costs for the plaintiff. That does not include the cost to the town for town's defense counsel.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I have a follow-on question. I guess there's no way to know, but what do you estimate our cost for defense would be? Because we would also bear that cost if we lost.
This is a guesstimate, but I would estimate $50,000.
Okay, so their costs are much higher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
Is there any potential for additional fees or settlement for punitive damages, for maybe defamation of character or anything like that Ms. Clark might want to pursue? Or are we just looking strictly at just removing the censorship? Or do we have other exposure in addition?
Based on the information I have at this point, it's solely liability based on the censure.
Okay, and then my next question is that Bond case that you referred to, what year was that?
It's very old. It's from the Vietnam War era. I think it's from 1969.
Okay, and so that's the only case law that we can really refer to in all these years?
No, there's many cases since then, but that's sort of the grandfather of the cases. And that's the case that everybody else references, and it appeared to me to be the most on point.
But what about other cases? Did you review other cases or
Yes.
just center on the one that ACLU provided?
No, I reviewed other case law as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so Councilmember Hudes, you're good right now? Okay, so we've asked our questions, so I will then open this to public comment. I have quite a few hands on Zoom and quite a few in the room, and so I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to go to Zoom first. Oh, well, I'll do part of Zoom. The hands keep going up, and then I'll switch back to the room. So our first speaker will be Michelle Lee.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. I am in support of Kylie Clark, and so please rescind the censure. I would put it in the point of, in recent works of anti-racism. I know that when one starts, things can feel divisive and jarring and whatnot. But I would really heed for the town and the citizens of the town to lean in, to call in, to move forward in that way. Because there are many things that I have heard in this. I've been here since 7, and anti-racist things that you guys have been doing for your town. And this is another avenue. And so I hope you guys will take that step in rescinding the censure, allowing her to continue to do her work, and for you all to continue to work together in grace and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll do 3 on Zoom, then 3 in the room, and go back and forth because there's so many. Our next speaker will be Ali Miano. Ali, you should be able to unmute. Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yes, thank you for taking my comment. I'm speaking now as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. I spoke in favor of Ms. Clark a few weeks ago, asking for a rescission of this decision. I believe at that time I said, if she just said one word slightly differently, like wealthy instead of rich, or, just tweak that language slightly, that I don't think we'd even be having this conversation. And, when somebody writes something as a private citizen, they feel that they get to say what is really on their minds. And we all have biases. We work to erase those, but all human beings have them. And so it was a comment that was not meant as any kind of slur, or it was a comment written in frustration because the democratic processes of our town were being threatened by some people who got to buy 3,000 signatures. The rest of us have been doing the work on the ground, on our feet, doing research. But some folks came in, brought guys from out of town, paid them to collect signatures. That would frustrate, I think, a lot of elected and appointed political officials. And so you write something in frustration, that's not something worthy of censure. And I'm almost sorry it takes a threat from the ACLU to imply that that's where the rescission is coming from, because really it should come from us, from the town. It's the right thing to do. The censure should not have gone through it in the first place, in my opinion, but since it has, let's take it back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes has his hand raised. He might have a question for you, Ms. Miano, Dr. Miano. Councilmember
Yes,
Hudes.
thank you for speaking, and I appreciate the perspective of the emotions and the concerns that come about when we're talking about these things. You raised which is something I've heard before, an issue about the signature collection. And that also is a First Amendment right and an expression of free speech. And I wonder if you have any knowledge of anything illegal or improper that was done. And if so, were there complaints filed with the FPPC or the State Board of Elections or any other body in response to those actions that you described?
Am I on, or do I need to?
You're on.
Okay, great. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Hudis. I am not aware of any legal improprieties. All I know is what I read in the Los Gatos and the Los Gatos Weekly, and I saw guys in LA Dodger caps. It's like they're not local. Taking signatures. These are people who were paid to gather signatures to, cajole folks, yuck it up, and get a few signatures. That's not the same as, those of us who live here and go to the polls and make ourselves aware of what's going on rather than, meeting somebody at the promenade and say, no, sure, I'll sign that. And, he gets $10 every time somebody does that. To me, while this is perfectly legal, it does stand in the way of our democratically elected officials who make decisions. And this was a minority of 3,000 signatures versus the 30,000 that live in the town.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarification of your opinion about the signature gathering. And I would just also point out for folks that the number of signatures far exceeded the minimum required to put something on a referendum. And at that referendum is where the full set of voters would vote on the issue. So thank you for your comments.
Okay, our next speaker on Zoom is Max Mottner.
Hello there. Am I unmuted?
We can hear you.
Amazing. Cool. Hi, my name is Max Moutner. I've worked for my employer Netflix in Los Gatos for the past 3.5 years. I'm speaking on my own behalf here in my private capacity as a California resident. When I accepted a new job in Los Gatos years ago, my wife and I considered becoming a resident of the community in which I work. We quickly discovered that Los Gatos is an exclusive community. Exclusive is another way of saying that it is prohibitively expensive to become a resident of Los Gatos. This is a byproduct of the city's near total prohibition on new housing construction. This acts as an effective and exclusionary moat that prevents or deters folks like me and my family from living in the same community as that in which I work. As a result, my commute to and from work in Los Gatos is over an hour, hence why I'm speaking to you over Zoom. All that said, I have never met Kylie Clark. But when I heard about the series of events that ultimately led to this council censuring her and her role on the Planning Commission, I was saddened. The folks commenting at the special council session on her public disciplining smeared her character while admitting they had never spoken with her before. They did exactly what I see at public comments around the Bay Area and around our country. They referenced how many years they've lived in the community and that they are homeowners. In some cases, they mentioned being born in Los Gatos. I get it. They say these things to make sure they feel heard. But mentioning these things about themselves signals to folks like me that they think their opinions matter more than those who do not own their home or are not as old as they are or did not have the incredible fortune to be born in Los Gatos. They mention this to emphasize that their opinions matter more than those who do not live in their community, like me. They have a chilling effect on public discourse in the city of Los Gatos, much like the censure of Planning Commissioner Mark Clark. Cities bring lawsuits on themselves all the time. Rarely does it come from the ACLU. I have a simple recommendation. Rescind your unanimous censure of Commissioner Clark, avoid a humiliating and expensive lawsuit, and refocus your energy on the real problems facing your community. Beach traffic and a non-compliant housing element. One day, God willing, my wife and I will be able to live in the same municipalities where we work. Who knows, perhaps one day you'll see my family on bikes at the Los Gatos Creek Trail, walking at Pasona Park, or perhaps in the perennially delayed protected bike lanes on Shannon Road, which you could spend money from litigation on. But this time you might see my family as residents, hopefully not in the ADU of someone's backyard, perhaps as residents in a 5-story apartment building. And I don't think that would be so objectionable. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to move to the room for the next three speakers. So James Dunley.
When we last met, we talked about things that people say when they're in private spaces, when they feel comfortable, when they feel like they can speak their heart. That's what we heard in the letter to the HCD. Ms. Clark spoke her heart. She thought she was safe, but obviously she stepped on the town. She stepped on the town's people, the town's preferences, and the town's First Amendment rights to say what it thinks about how it should be governed. You know, this lawsuit, I used to manage a lot of people in a lot of big companies. And one of the hardest things I've ever had to do was discipline an employee. You know, a lot of hard work, but mostly the most difficult was disciplining the employee that needs direction and doesn't know it. But we have to do it, because if we don't, we open the door to all sorts of abuse under threat of lawsuit or threat of retaliation by employees and employee groups and communities that make it impossible for us to do our jobs. You have a job. You have a staff. You have appointees. You are the elected representatives of the community. You are the ones we look to say, this is how we want to run the place in which we live. And yes, we do have actually a much higher right to decide how we live in our own town with our own community than people from the outside, because we get to vote for you. So ultimately, yes, it's not an equal situation. Residents get residents get a expectation of representation from the people we elect. People we hire need to carry forward the town's view, the town's perspective, the citizens' desires, and put those into action. We are now faced with a lawsuit because Ms. Clark spoke, quote, in her private capacity as a private citizen. But one of the things she says in her letter, and this confounds me, she starts by saying, the justification for this referendum is the opposition to our planned housing numbers as we went above the state mandate. Who's our and who's we? That's not her. She's undoubtedly talking about her work as a planning commissioner, the planning commission, the construction of the housing element. She closes by saying, we put a lot of work into our central plan, and it should stand for 20 years. Who's we? Who's our? These are not the words of someone speaking in a private capacity. These are words someone who claims to be a private citizen, but immediately switches the script to talk about her work product in a community in which she does not even live.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Dunley.
Okay, well, at the last meeting, Mayor Risto, you asked us all to show mercy and understanding towards Ms. Clark's mistake. You wanted us to give her a chance to redeem herself because she's such a hardworking, well-prepared employee. Well, your job as a mayor and council members of Los Gatos is not to retain or rehabilitate your employees. It is to serve the residents of the town. You're ignoring the fact you have an employee who doesn't respect the authority she works under or the townspeople. She is a bigger problem as an employee than you think, and now you know she is, because she went to the ACLU. They didn't just find her. She's an activist using her position to advance her agenda. Ms. Clark's friend and business associate who came to speak on her behalf at the last meeting told me Los Gatos is going to get high-density housing one way or another. It would be easier to do it now and select the location than later and have it selected for us. Wow, the powers that be will decide for us? Who are these people? And Ms. Clark seems to agree with them, as she is working to make high-density housing happen in Los Gatos when she sidesteps the town of Los Gatos, going right up to the state level to ensure she does, whether we want it or not. And then she disparages the effort to have a say in our own town's destiny. Anyway, how hard she works in the office was not called into question, bypassing the town to achieve her personal agenda, and feeling justified in doing so was. I think most people are caught up in this rich white man statement, but we should be more concerned about a rogue activist employee. The disparaging remarks she wrote to the state were about the community you serve, she works for, and earns her living from through their hard-earned, rich white tax dollars. And I'd like to say you do have a choice. You can rescind her censure. California is an at-will state. You are her employer. You can say goodbye tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask people to please hold their applause. It's really not helpful. And I want to, well, anyway, we can clarify other things later. Our next speaker is Joe Rogers.
Well, thank you. We'll try again here. So I'm Joe Rogers, and just as I mentioned earlier, a resident of Los Gatos since 1973. I'm concerned about the discussion here at the Town Council, the censure of Kylie Clark, when she supported those of us who supported a referendum where she referred to us as a few rich white men. I thought it was a very derogatory statement. And then she circumvented the established processes of the Planning Commission and the Town Council when she directly contacted the California Housing and Community Development Department. And it seems to me that if the Town Council votes to reverse the censure that you've already passed, Ms. Clark, I feel the town can consider the significance of their decision, as it will establish a precedent for Los Gatos and surrounding communities about what is a conflict of interest, clearly in her case, defamation of character, and circumventing decisions of commissions that have been duly elected by the citizens. And if that becomes the new standard of acceptable performance, I think you're going to encounter problems in the future. And I think that I really think that what the Town Council should do at this point is really table any action with regard to her at this point, and then follow the established procedures that have been referred to, which they claim they were not followed, and at this point follow that, and that includes engaging an attorney, independent attorney, to review it and report back, prepare a report and report back to the Town Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to go back to Zoom. I don't see any hands raised. Malden Ho Choi. You should be able to unmute yourself. Oh, Madden Ho Choi. I see your hand raised. I don't see you unmuting yourself. I'll give you a couple seconds and then move to the next person and see if we can get you on again. Okay. I'll go to Catherine Hedges.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice. And I mean, I'm old enough that I remember hearing that we were supposed to not talk about race, so we should just be all race blind and then the problem would go away. And the problem did not go away. We all know that. And I'm going to dump the rest of my prepared remarks in response to what people have been hearing. Apparently, the people of Los Gatos are upset that someone disagrees with their community's decision to keep their community exclusive and not provide housing, not even to provide more housing at market rate, apparently. And that when someone called them out on it and pointed out the context of their bias, that was just too much for them. People can have dissenting opinions. Not everybody who works at a company, has the same opinions about how things work. And I certainly hope that employers are not just firing everybody who says, wow, I thought that was a bad decision to make the widget purple instead of white. And it just seems that this is a ridiculous fight for the city to be doubling down on and planning to spend money on lawyers' fees to defend their right to block someone from having an opinion. I just don't understand it. And sorry, I have nothing that I can say in words I can use in public.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Rubio. You should,
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to thank the council for their dedication and hard work. I am asking the council to rescind its censure of Kylie Clark for her comments to the state board. And I'm speaking in the capacity of plant-based advocates and the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. First, I'd like to say that Ms. Clark fully disclosed that she is a town planning commissioner and that her comments were made as an individual. These comments were unpopular with some people. They disagree with her comments and are upset by them, but we're not here tonight to debate the validity of her statements. We're here tonight to discuss her freedom of speech. Democracy is messy and ugly and imperfect, but it works. Democracy is the reason why America is the promised land for so many people around the world. And the most fundamental tenet of our democracy is the First Amendment, the right to freedom of speech. And sometimes that speech is something we don't agree with. The First Amendment is there precisely to protect the speech we don't agree with. Some people at the last meeting felt they wouldn't get a fair hearing if they went before the Planning Commission. I feel that those fears are unfounded. I know Kylie personally as a friend and have also worked with her as volunteers. She's very hardworking and dedicated, and I believe she's fully capable of discharging her duties as a planning commissioner fairly and without prejudice. I've known Kylie for several years, and I've always been impressed by her hard work, dedication, and passion for doing the right thing. We need to hear voices like hers, and we need to encourage more people to speak up and participate in our great democracy. Kylie is an asset to our community, and I look forward to her continued contributions to our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom, I'm going to give Medin one more try. Medin Ho Choi. Up, you can unmute and speak.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So I stand before you today to express my support for Commissioner Clark, who has been, recently censured for her views. And I believe as a public official, Commissioner Clark has a responsibility to represent the diverse perspectives of our community. And I think it's understandable that some feel her comments may have been uncomfortable, but that does not justify the level of hostility and personal attacks that she's received. And I do think we should applaud Commissioner Clark for having the courage to speak out on an issue that's often brushed under the rug. Her willingness to engage in difficult conversations about race and privilege is exactly the kind of leadership we need in our community. And I say that as, someone who lives in Los Gatos and a person of color. Additionally, I strongly believe that the city of Los Gatos should revoke its censure of Commissioner Clark. The censure sends a message that her views are not welcome or accepted and sets a dangerous precedent for silencing dissenting voices. Commissioner Clark's views may be uncomfortable for some, but that doesn't make them less valid or unworthy. And we should recognize that all perspectives of our members of our community are important, even though some may disagree with them. And so this censure has the potential to undermine the ability of all to serve their community as a planning commissioner or on any other city commissions. We need leaders who are willing to engage in open and honest dialogue and who are not afraid to speak their minds on the issues that matter. So I urge the city to rescind its decision. And I want to say this as someone who knows Kylie. She's a kind and intelligent person. And, even though I've only met a few, I think she's one of the smartest planning commissioners I've ever met. So yeah, Los Gatos, please rescind the censure. I say that, as someone who lives here and, a community member and someone who believes in housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shilpi Agarwal. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Shilpi Agarwal, and I am the legal director at the ACLU of Northern California. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I thought I would tell you a little bit about why we, the ACLU, reached out to Kylie Clark when we learned about the actions that the town of Los Gatos had taken to censure her. The First Amendment protects the right of all citizens, including public employees and volunteers, to speak as private citizens on matters of public interest. Thus, when someone who serves in a public role, like Kylie, makes a comment on a topic of general interest, like housing, that speech is presumptively protected by our Constitution and other laws. And that protection means the government can't punish someone for making those statements. We don't allow the government to use its power to chill certain points of view. A few things stood out to us about what happened here in Los Gatos. First, when she emailed HCD, Kylie clearly identified that she was speaking on behalf of herself, not on behalf of the town or the commission. Second, the town wasn't punishing Kylie for failing to do her job. Instead, the town was punishing her because her personal opinions were, quote, not constructive. Third, the town subjected Kylie to punishment on no less than 3 occasions. First, when they sent her a written censure, then when they called a public meeting to verbally censure her and invited the public to demand her removal, and finally, when they ordered her to attend counseling regarding how she should and should not speak in the future. Finally, the town's actions were unprecedented and wildly out of proportion with the handling of prior complaints. In one incident involving complaints against a council member for speech, the town handled the matter entirely in private and never raised a formal punishment. Los Gatos clearly wanted to make an example out of Kylie because of the content of her statements. And the chilling effect on Kylie and probably others was immediate. In the aftermath of all of this, Kylie expressed on multiple occasions that she regretted what she had done and would think twice before expressing her opinions again. What Kylie experienced at the hands of her local government is exactly what the Constitution prohibits. We understand that the issue of housing and how it intersects with race and economic privilege is an emotional and sometimes deeply uncomfortable topic. And of course, every person here, like Kylie, is free to voice whatever opinions they have on that topic. As we said in our letter, while some may think it divisive or not constructive to reference racial and socioeconomic privilege in discussing matters of public policy, others consider that very language critical to progress. But discomfort or disagreement about housing, race, and privilege, or how to constructively talk about these issues, does not empower the government to silence people through punishment. The ACLU commends Kylie Clark for the bravery she has shown in the face of enormous pressure these last few months. And we also commend the town of Los Gatos for now doing the right thing and revoking the censure. We wish the town of Los Gatos the very best as you continue to engage in this dialogue in the future.
Thank you. It looks like you have a question from the Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Agarwal, how did the ACLU learn about the town actions on Ms. Clark?
We read about it in the press.
What press was that?
I think it was the Chronicle. It might have been Mercury News.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker in the room is Lynn Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. How did this get mixed in? That was verbal communication. Whoops. Oh, I guess I've gone through. Hold on a second. This is what happens when things get stacked. Okay, Ron Meyer.
I disagree with both the town attorney and with the ACLU lawyer. They should know that language is important with respects to communication. And when you look at the essence of Kylie's communication to the housing housing commission, it has nothing, the whole argument that she did it as a private citizen is a red herring. Look at the language, the actual language in her email. The notion of the previous speaker with respect to we and our sets a whole different context around her email. It basically makes the argument that she was acting as a private citizen a false assertion, a red herring, so to speak, because everything in her communication conveys the context that she was acting as a planning commissioner, not as an independent citizen. So I challenge our town attorney and the ACLU to reflect on the language in the email, because their arguments are false, misleading, and inaccurate with the actual context around the email. And so from that standpoint, the whole argument associated with Kylie's assertion is incorrect, it's false on its face value. So it shows an ignorance and an arrogance, confirming her inexperience, her bias, and her prejudice. Kylie states that the referendum's justification that the Los Gatos citizens' opposition to our in capital letters, planned housing numbers as we went above the state mandate. Does that sound like a private citizen? No. That sounds like a planning commissioner making the argument for her case with the Housing Commission. In addition, the town code of conduct policies provide for the town council to hold the mayor, town council, and planning commissioners accountable for their actions in violating town policies. And that's exactly what she did. I'm asking the town council to hold her accountable for her actions because she did not act as a private citizen. She acted in her full capacity as a planning commissioner, which is subject to the code of conduct associated with the town policy. So this whole argument, I challenge you, town attorney, to do your homework relative to the language in the original email. I challenge you, the ACLU.
Please direct your comments to the council. Thank you.
Okay, I'm challenging them both.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Delaney.
I have questions about the standard constructive communication that has been off-cited to support your censure decision. The Code of Conduct states that the work of you, town council members, is characterized by open, constructive communication, innovation, and creative problem solving. So looking at the emails from the vice mayor that are in the response to the ACLU, it seems like the vice mayor is notifying separately 3 individuals about Ms. Clark's HCD comments. The first and third are about the same. Phil, did you see the names of the commenters? Kylie Clark, commissioner on the PC, girlfriend of Rob Moore. The one on the third says, attached is a comment letter to the HCD from Planning Commissioner Clark, AKA girlfriend of Councilmember Moore. Hope your new year is off to a great start. So the first question, is there another planning commissioner named Kylie Clark? Because why would you add girlfriend of Councilmember Moore twice? That seems like a very personal detail. The second question, there were about 6 other letters, including a 7-page letter from SV at Home that was pretty meaty. Yet these other comments did not merit calling out by you, Vice Mayor. Why only call out Ms. Clark's? The third question, when you direct the second recipient to, quote, specifically the one regarding a few rich anti-housing men in our town, that's what it says. And then in the subject line for the third email, you write, quote, rich white anti-housing men. Does that really add anything constructive to your communication? Or, you know what it seems to me like? You're whipping up outrage, you're trying to stir up the pot. Because when I read the response from the third recipient to your notifying him of what Ms. Clark said, his response is, boy, is she ignorant, which is a good thing. Ignorance of those who oppose you is a weakness. Neither she nor Rob have ever taken the time to review the town's history to see how we got to where we are. This whipping up of outrage, and then you went on to the evaluation committee, and then you vote to censure. This does not seem to me to be consistent with the code of conduct that you, Vice Mayor, have been signed on to.
Okay, thank you. It looks like you have a follow-up question from the Vice Mayor.
You may not be aware, but the recipients of the email were the proponents of the referendum. And the letter...
Further, actually...
I'm actually speaking, please. So the letter that was sent to the HCD is actually a public document that's on the town website that had the potential of jeopardizing certification of our housing element. You may not be aware of that. And our housing element was just rejected on April 14th, so we don't know the impact of her comments. Again, it was a public document. I forwarded a public document from the town website.
Public documents, these are public documents that you wrote that
I didn't
are
write
now,
them.
that are public now because of the ACLU request. At the time, maybe you didn't think that they were going to be made public. I think I heard that before. The context
Okay.
seems to me to be
We just have a simple
problem.
question, simple answer. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to switch back to Zoom. So I've got KT. And I just lost KT. I'll go with Seema Patel.
Hello, good evening, Los Gatos Town Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Seema Patel. I am a planning commissioner for the city of San Mateo, but I am speaking in my personal capacity as a private citizen tonight. This case has attracted the interest of many planning commissioners in the state of California. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to rescind your censure of Commissioner Clark. I think the letter from the ACLU is pretty straightforward. Public officials cannot be disciplined or retaliated against for speaking in a private capacity. The letter from the ACLU also cautions against retaliatory behavior, and I'm a little bit concerned that some of the discussion about an investigation into conflicts of interest may stray into that territory. So I would urge you to be careful there as well. I also think it might be helpful to provide some context for your constituents that for the most part, planning commissioners are not employees, they're volunteers. And as far as I know, every jurisdiction requires that commissioners be a resident of the jurisdiction. And from looking at your website, it does appear that all of your planning commissioners are residents. So I was a bit surprised to hear some of your constituents refer to Commissioner Clark as an outsider or as an employee or someone who doesn't live there. She very much seems like a member of your community. When I read Commissioner Clark's letter, I interpreted the we and the our to mean the city of Los Gatos and not the Planning Commission. Perhaps people are interpreting it otherwise because they're under the misapprehension that she is not a resident. So yeah, in conclusion, I urge you to rescind your censure. I don't think it is worth a costly lawsuit or the press coverage you would receive in fighting it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evan Adams.
Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. In Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, planning commissioners are under attack. Los Gatos, Cupertino, San Mateo, Foster City, to name a few. Usually those under attack are strong proponents or opponents of housing policy, but that shouldn't be the point here. The salient question is, should participation in government mean forfeiture of speech? No, absolutely not. Never. Freedom of political and civic speech is an absolute right. It is a fundamental part of our nation. Just because you choose to volunteer your time to your community in service on a city commission or committee, you do and should not forfeit your right to speech. Tonight, I've heard Los Gatos civic volunteers, while commenting on other items, give speech, quote, not in their official capacity, i.e. not in the conduct of their duties, but that those items would fall under the scope of their duties. Yet this planning commissioner gets called out while others' speech is not. That isn't right. That isn't equal treatment or protection under the law. America does better with robust and varied speech. While part of our rights are about providing individual moments of speech, the civic discussion, that garden of debate, that is what makes our right to speech so important. The give and the take, the discussion, the learning that speech allows is important. If you shut down and kill the speech of those most involved in our communities, you destroy our civic future. Thank you for your time. Rescind the censure, apologize to your commissioner for violating her rights, and proceed with all the recommendations from the last two paragraphs of the ACLU letter. I hope the ACLU keeps an eye on other Bay Area attacks on planning commissioners. God bless the ACLU.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, I'll do one more on Zoom and then go back to the room, is Karen, I'm so sorry, I need my glasses. Karen Tusman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Los Gatos City Council. My name is Karen Tusman. I grew up in Los Gatos, and I still volunteer in my Jewish community here. I urge the City Council to revoke its censure of Planning Commissioner Kylie Clark, which, as the letter from the ACLU so clearly illustrates, violates her First Amendment rights. For those wondering, what's the difference between making a public comment pointing out the influence of, quote, rich anti-housing white men, and a hypothetical one about people of color that would be considered racist and possibly worthy of censure, the difference lies in power and in history. All racial categories are social constructs, and whiteness is a social construct that was deliberately invented by white people to justify chattel slavery, why this set of people gets to own this other set of people. Before the international slave trade, there was no category that put a Spaniard, an English person, and a Slavic person in the same bucket. Whiteness is not a shared peoplehood. It's a currency more defined by who's out than who's in, one that can be taken away depending on who is in power. Today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. A grim reminder of the white privilege society grants me today can be drastically revoked with deadly consequences. The currency of whiteness is also at the center of our discussions about zoning and housing. Single-family zoning was literally invented by white segregationists here in California about 100 years ago to keep people of color out of their neighborhoods when it was no longer legal for them to do so directly. And we can see from the lack of integration in our communities built since that time that it had the intended effects. When predominantly white and well-resourced community members oppose changes to this system, there is a history of power and exclusion that must be taken into account as we chart a path forward. An accounting of this currency of whiteness and the powerful way it shapes our built environment is not racist. It's necessary to build a more equitable future. Having this council censure such accounting sets a dangerous precedent that must be reversed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll remind people to please be respectful. We've had to listen to a lot of different comments. Excuse me, there's quite a few people who have spoken earlier that were quite disrespectful to several of us. Our next speaker will be from the room, Ellie Hudson.
Hello. I'll just get right into it. It's unfortunate that the town of Los Gatos could not make the right decision on its own and that it took an external entity to point it in the right direction. It's unacceptable that the Los Gatos Town Council caved to public pressure and mob mentality in the first place and went forward with a censure that did not follow procedure. It's also unbelievable that the town ignored the ACLU's initial call to revoke any counseling and proceeded to force counseling on Kylie Clark that was wholly unnecessary and a poor use of time and resources. Ultimately, this is about the First Amendment right to freedom of speech, which I know everyone in this room supports. I would just like to remind everyone that that also protects the opinions of others, including their capacity to speak as a private citizen, that you may not agree with, and I urge you all to refrain from limiting others' rights just because you feel offended. I also urge many of you to revisit the Constitution and familiarize yourself with what freedom of speech really means, because it seems many are only claiming it when it serves them. This is a precedent that puts your own rights at risk as well and should not be forgotten. I also think it's important to recognize that the bias present in this situation. It's completely relevant that Kylie is a young woman, and the horribly condescending and grossly sexist comments that she has had to face from people far less qualified than she as a result of this is so appalling. She is very capable, experienced, and intelligent, and totally equipped to do her job in the commission to which she was appointed. I also want to clarify again where some of you seem to be confused. One, in her original letter, Kylie stated her position as a planning commissioner under the direction and training of her superiors. Two, the ACLU found Kylie. She did not reach out to them due to the embarrassing amount of news coverage concerning this embarrassing issue. I also feel really compelled to point out how embarrassing and immature it is that those of you in this room, many who are much older than Kylie and I, can't contain yourselves and be respectful during these meetings and simply follow the procedure by not having outbursts. It is only perceived as childish, and I know we can all be better. This whole thing is a stain on Los Gatos that we should be ashamed of, and I hope is learned from. I urge the censure on Kylie Clark to be revoked. If not because it is right, then because Los Gatos would surely embarrass itself if it did not.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Bernasconi.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor.
It is late. Democracy definitely takes its toll. But I want to go on record and say that, I want to go on record and say that Kylie Clark is a good person. I know Kylie for a short while. I don't know her well, but she's a good person. She's a good person who volunteers her time for this town. She's somebody who wants to do right in the world, per her vision. Somebody used the word activist as a sort of slanderous term, that she's an activist. We're all activists. You guys wouldn't be here if you weren't activists. None of us would be in this room if we weren't activists. We want to participate in the democratic process, and we do so the best we possibly can, and sometimes we make mistakes. We're all human, and we're all doing our very, very best. We wake up in the morning thinking, we're gonna get up and do our very best, and I believe that about Kylie. I think she has a lot to learn. I think that the choice of words was controversial, and I don't think she would do it again, and I did hear her in front of this body apologize. Some people may not take that as sincere, I don't know, but I have spoken to her since, and I believe it was sincere. I don't think she would want to repeat this, if possible at all, ever, ever, ever again. And so one of my concerns is, I have two concerns that I'm going to express in my minute left. One is the amount of hate feeling of anger in this town is really disappointing to me. We've all lived here a long time. Everybody can spout off how long they've lived here. I just don't remember so much anger in this town. And that saddens me that we can't have a conversation without that kind of anger. Secondly, I think it's too bad that somebody who's participating in the democratic process is being called out at such a high level and repeatedly because she made a mistake. We've all made mistakes. We've all said things we wish we could take back. Everybody here in this room and listening has made mistakes that they would go back and take them back if they could. They've said something to hurt somebody or something that they regret. But this sends the message to future generations that getting involved in government is a bad idea. And we need more people in government. We need people to participate. We need them to think it's actually a good idea, not a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Our next speaker is Lee Quintana.
I think somebody already said what I wanted to get up and say, and that is I support that you rescind the censor, and I think you should apologize to Kylie Clark as well. This actually is sort of an emotional thing for me because I experienced as a very young person in junior high school the effect of a reaction to my free speech when I was in an English class in the seventh grade, and we were assigned to write an essay on what the Constitution means to me. And I wrote my essay saying that it was a wonderful document, but I thought that it was not being adequately respected and implemented. And I gave several examples of various things, including segregation in the South, segregation in the schools, etc. And just to say this, I'm old enough so that when I was in the 7th grade, Brown versus Brown had been either just approved or was approved the year later but wasn't being enforced to end segregation, and there was segregation in the South, and the Civil Rights Bill had not been approved. I was called on the carpet and told that if I didn't redo my essay, I would be failed. At that time, I had a friend whose father was an ACLU lawyer who volunteered to represent me. This was during the McCarthy era, and my parents were scared, and so I chose not to have them represent me. I redid that essay, and to this day, I regret the fact that I did, because it trampled my rights, and I think that that's what the censorship did for Carly.
Thank you. I'll go back to Zoom, and I have one card left for the room. Katie, looks like your hand is up in your back. Yes.
Yes, hi. Sorry, I missed the last time you called on me. And I liked the words, you know, democracy doesn't sleep. And it's true, I've been here 4.5 hours, but feel so strongly about this that I wanted to share. So I'll just read right from the letter that I wrote you. Your formal censure of Ms. Clark based on the November 18th, 2022 email sent to California Department of Housing and Community Development. And so, sorry, this background has been really gone over. I think Ms. Clark is a role model. She advocates for low-income housing, for slightly leveling, trying to level the playing field in an otherwise extraordinarily privileged town. Indeed, if there is a code of conduct violation, it is on behalf of the council, not on behalf of Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark has stood up and stated very clearly her own opinion regarding the underlying white, mostly male-dominated privilege in our town. Los Gatos has resisted low-income housing for decades. We are now mandated, and we still draw up referendums to the general plan to obfuscate our responsibilities. We have been so far unable to step up to the plate. So Kylie has done so for us. Please revoke this censure, the action against Ms. Clark, and strongly recommend respecting her First Amendment rights. The Los Gatos Town Council owes her a public apology. I have lived most of my life in Los Gatos. I owned and operated a successful business for 16 years and then retired after 10 years as a clinical professor. I am intimately familiar with Los Gatos. We have not been an inclusive town. We have discouraged diversity. I am very grateful for Ms. Clark. She is using her privilege and her voice to amplify this housing inequality, so far at great personal cost to herself. She is willing to be the lightning rod, which she has received all sorts of grief for her stand, for standing up for those who are unable to do so themselves. She has my full support, and I hope she has yours as well. Please rescind this censure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Clark.
Thank you very much. I am here to express my support as well in rescinding the censure on Kylie Clark. I feel that she has taken responsibility, and she has also highlighted by her experience since making her remarks how sexism plays a very powerful role as well. And while she has made her apologies and has said that she would do things differently and say things differently, there's a learning curve that she has adopted and taken responsibility for. And I feel like moving forward from this moment on, that it's our time to do the learning ourselves. What are we learning about ourselves and how we've handled the situation, the communication amongst ourselves? And what have we learned in what has shown up and how we've handled, how have we shown up in our character? So I feel that in support of this rescission of her censure, she has taken the responsibility of her learning. It is now our turn to take our responsibility in our learning moving forward. And to quote the Hamilton musical, the musical Hamilton, that history has its eyes on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom will be Tamala Fish.
Good evening.
Good evening. We
Hi.
can hear you.
Good evening. My name's Tamala Fish. Now, I'm a communications consultant and I reside in Marin County. I've assisted cities, including the wonderful town of Los Gatos, with outreach requirements for the current housing element update. I recommend the town council rescind the censure of Planning Commissioner Clark. Now, I read an article in the paper about the censure meeting previously and attended it remotely. No one invited me, but I was there remotely in person. The meeting in which she was censured kind of had the tone of a political public shaming, with little to no additional information on the referendum, the underlying issues within the comments, or any solutions provided. In fact, it felt outright unsafe to me. In my professional experience, there are concerns aired at every housing outreach meeting, either in the comments or audibly. For example, more housing will lead to safety problems in our community. Affordable housing may attract more low-income people. And, nod me if you've heard this, why are you not stopping this? Additionally, it's very common that a small group of people speak longer and more often in public meetings, that time limits, speaker identification, and audience decorum rules exist to manage this human trait. It's uncomfortable to say it out loud, but it is empirically true that people who are male or white or wealthy may unknowingly dominate meetings and affect the outcome of the meeting. Research has been done on this. Myself and other professional Zoom operators suggest controls like turning off the video of the audience, controlling access to the mic through muting, and offering registration so individuals cannot dial in on multiple accounts and be overrepresented. The goal is to balance speakers, provide equitable access to the mic in a safe space for all narratives for best meeting outcome, and I tried to do this for Los Gatos as well. I suspect Ms. Clark also knows this research. In my opinion, it was a mistake for her to use the demographics as a label. But Los Gatos shamed and censured without providing the research proving her comments were wrong. And I have studied language and communications and appropriate use of pronouns. There is an awkward learning opportunity here for you. And I'm using that pronoun individually and plurally in this circumstance. Does your municipality have written guidelines for personal and public servant communications? And how often are people censured in Los Gatos? Is it evenly applied? I gotta tell you, I heard vicious things spoken to your town council members. And I see my time is out, and I'm sorry, I'll end it here, but I hope that you can do better in all your communications, including audience communications from here forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Suzuki.
Good evening, everyone. I am the president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, and when I served as planning commissioner in 2021, it was no secret that I brought a perspective that prioritized affordable housing and anti-racism. During that time, I tried my best to serve impartially through the lens of our guidelines. But as a private citizen, I've made many comments where I've bluntly characterized Los Gatos' economics, history, culture as racist during my term. And yet, I've never had to deal with anything close to what Commissioner Clark has endured. That's a genuine shame. I was already reluctant to take office because I was the only non-white face on the commission. And if this censure took place before I took office, I probably wouldn't serve as planning commissioner. And to correct a previous comment, because it shouldn't be left unchecked, she does live here. And she works very hard to fulfill her duty as a planning commissioner in a proper and an unbiased manner. So I'll get straight to the point. If we don't rescind this censure, what we are saying tonight is that Los Gatos cannot acknowledge its historical past. She mentioned a basic historical reality in an email as a private citizen. And we have a serious problem in acknowledging our past by censuring her. We cannot forget that it took a lot of deliberate legislation and systemic violence for neighborhoods like those of Palo Alto, Cupertino, and Los Gatos to be as segregated as they are today. And even though racial discrimination in housing is technically illegal today, the lack of economic reform, especially in affordable housing, remains a primary factor that maintains modern day segregation. It's one of the reasons why when you look across the street, almost 60 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, there are almost no Black students attending Los Gatos High School. That was the case decades ago. That was the case when I attended, and it's still the case. We cannot ignore the fact that it was white people who kept them out then, and it is not happenstantial that wealthy white property owners keep them out now. No one in this room can extricate themselves from history. Not me, not you, and not anybody attending this meeting. Now, I have to ask, do you really want to be remembered as someone who, after being condemned and threatened with a lawsuit by the ACLU, refused to admit that they made a mistake? We will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money in legal fees for what? Pride? Do we really want to go down this road? She explicitly wrote this letter as a private citizen. She hasn't violated any rules, and to the town's own admission, she has not brought us material harm. I also want to point out that none of Commissioner Clark's voting history as a planning commissioner suggests a conflict of interest regarding property in Los Gatos. So to top off my comment, it's not too late. We can move forward from this, but it will take your votes. I want to see every one of you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 cards left in the room and 6 people left on Zoom. So I think I'll chisel away at a couple more Zoom people. Quinn Morgan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Quinn Morgan, and I grew up in Los Gatos. I'm in support of rescinding the censure on Planning Commissioner Clark. The comment made in a personal email to the California Department of Housing and Community Development was neither false nor racist. Understanding why it wasn't racist requires some education and honest reflection. Unlike racist actions, comprehending what racism is and the contemporary ways that it manifests require a more complex appreciation of historical realities. That understanding is not hard to reach, nor hard to empathize with if you give it some time. To conclude, please do not take any more retaliatory actions against Commissioner Clark for her personal advocacy. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nika Sabori.
Hello. Thank you all for being here today. The last time that I spoke at a town council meeting, I cited what we were discussing in my AP government class at the high school. Last week, we learned about what the government must protect in terms of free speech and the kind of free speech that is not protected by the First Amendment. In this room today, any individual who participated in courses intended to educate about the function of government and the rights awarded to citizens under the Constitution should understand that Kylie Clark was protected in every right to make the statements that she made. In no capacity was the council justified in censoring Kylie, but your actions sent a clear message to those aware of the situation. You are quote unquote protecting an archetype from being criticized and sacrificing free speech in the process. An archetype of a person, wealthy, equipped, and armored with whiteness, and fully capable of using their wealth and privilege to delay and deter efforts to make the town of Los Gatos affordable enough to change the overwhelmingly unbalanced demographics, a result of years and years of systemic oppression that have made towns like Los Gatos armored and impenetrable with a coat of whiteness. I urge you all to recognize that our town is not an image. It is not a mural that can be painted over periodically, a sole response to the present problem of racism, the problem I and many other people of color have been regretfully aware of living in this town. In order to change the history of this town, to turn murals into real living human beings impacted by every decision this council makes, we must change things now. It is a mission of my life, regardless of the decisions of this town council, to do everything I can to prevent future generations of people of color who raise their children and live in this town to be forced to withstand the outdated, racist, and completely unacceptable attitudes that line the walls, soak the grass, and paint the ceilings of every single part of this town. Attempts to silence change, to censor it, are fruitless, and Kylie Clark has every right to speak for what she believes is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next, Our next speaker is Alexander Melendez.
Good evening, Los Gatos Town Council. My name is Alex Melendrez. I am a national chapter manager at YIMBY Action, and I too am speaking in my personal capacity. There were a lot of comments tonight that disturbed me. You, the town of Los Gatos, like every town and community in the Bay Area, have a living legacy of segregation and redlining. That is a fact. That is a fact in every town in the Bay Area, every city in the Bay Area. We don't live in our own moment. We are accountable for our past behaviors. Books like The Color of Law highlight how government helped redline communities nearly a century ago, with effects that are still playing out today. That is a living legacy we are all supposed to correct. People like to say they favor equality of opportunity, but not quality of outcome. But if your outcome was based on whether or not your prior generations never had access to those opportunities in the first place, that's not exactly equity. It is hard to deny that those who oppose her comments to HCD or support her actions to censor her are either unknowing of her history of segregation and racial exclusion, or are intentionally choosing to perpetuate it. This sets an example of how you deny diversity, equity, inclusion in public bodies. If the comments you find uncomfortable are truly the reason you oppose her comments, your actions to support or censor or punish Commissioner Clark for her First Amendment rights negatively impact the exact kind of advancement in DEI you supposedly claim to support. The town council at this point has more than just an obligation to rescind the censure, or more than a financial obligation to do so just from being potentially sued. The council owes Ms. Clark an apology. Now let me speak actually in my work capacity. The majority of her comments, I might add, were to follow the law and to plan to build more housing. I believe the vice mayor implied that the housing element got rejected because of Commissioner Clark's email. If it takes more than a few emails to reject your housing element, that says a lot more about your housing element. I thank you for your public service, and I thank Kylie for hers.
Thank you. The vice mayor has her hand up.
Sir, there was alarm in the letter, and we don't know if it impacted the housing element that just got rejected. But the letter that she sent to the HCD contained misleading and inaccurate information, and that was part of the problem. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Am I allowed to respond?
Yes, that was apparently a question.
Regardless of, we could remove Commissioner Clark's emails from the equation, and that would not have removed the merits of your housing element. That is all.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Conlon.
Hello, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Conlon. I'm calling to urge you to rescind the censure of Commissioner Kylie Clark for comments made as a private citizen and resident of Los Gatos. I am white and grew up in a community similar to Los Gatos, near good jobs and good schools, and a majority white. I never really questioned the why behind segregation until I got older. We need to criticize structures in housing based on history, much of which has been corrupted by racism. I recommend that those who are offended by Commissioner Clark's comments to talk to housing and racial justice advocates, or to seek out books like The Color of Law or Neighborhood Defenders. We need to be able to engage in tough conversations in order to create a better, stronger, and more diverse community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom is Andrew, Siegler.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you to the town council. I'm excited to be here tonight. My name is Andrew Siegler, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. And I'm here as a white man to call for the council to rescind their censure of Kylie Clark. I'm here tonight, this late night, to wonder, as a white man, whether I should laugh or cry. Because it's all too funny and oh too sad that a bunch of rich white men are upset with being called rich white men. My understanding of the way the laws in this country work is that the First Amendment of the Constitution protects the freedom of speech. Kylie Clark exercised that right as an individual. She clearly states that in the letter. She is a resident of Los Gatos. She is protected by the First Amendment. Now, if I pointed out that rich white men wrote the Constitution and protected free speech, would these same rich white men be offended? You own your losses with your wins. Free speech is a big win. This censure is a big, big loss. Rescind the censure, apologize to Ms. Clark, do the right thing. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. I have one more speaker on Zoom, and then I'll go back to the room. Kinsey Lee.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kinsey Lee, and tonight I'm speaking in favor of Ms. Kylie Clark as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racist Coalition. The town council cited Ms. Clark's alleged failure to engage in constructive communication as reason enough to restrict her freedom of speech in supporting our town's housing element. I struggle to see how town council's own behavior regarding this matter holds up to this same standard. A written censure prior to a formal vote and without legal counsel on the matter is not constructive. A space facilitated by a public entity for residents to scrutinize Ms. Clark's personal writing is not constructive. These actions speak more to retribution. On its face, a governmental institution taking action to quell the speech of a private citizen without legitimate interest is an unconstitutional misuse of power. As a resident of this town for over 15 years, the town council has always acknowledged my license to speech. I hope Los Gatos recognizes its missteps and respects Ms. Clark's rights moving forward. I stand with the ACLU's recommendation to revoke the censure of Kylie Clark and subsequent required counseling. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more hands on Zoom. I don't know if that'll change while we go to the room, but my next speaker is Jane.
I want to say officially before I start that if anybody here disagrees with anything I say, I'm going to turn down my opportunity to accuse
please address
you.
the council. Just
I
address
turn down the opportunity to accuse anyone of sexism if you disagree with what I say. I am a big proponent of free speech, and I would defend Ms. Clark's ability to speak freely in her own personal capacity with everything I have. I truly would. But tonight, I'd like to go beyond the issues of racialism, which I think has no place in civic dialogue at all, to the greater issue that I've seen here tonight of respect. I think we saw that with the issue of the construction and the bike lanes and the planning issue. I think there's a similar issue with lacking respect for the wishes of the community that we see in this letter. So the letter that Ms. Clark wrote says the following. Excuse me. I have a lot of questions about this referendum, including whether or not it is even lawful, as it places land use on the ballot. Meaning, if the town wanted to make any future changes to our land use, we would have to take it to the voters. The disdain for the interest of the voters actually is what concerns me here tonight. I don't think it's appropriate to have someone, or I think it's worth considering whether someone should be on the Planning Commission who has that level of disdain for taking things to the voters. If she were speaking in her own capacity, as has been mentioned many times here tonight, she wouldn't have used the term we, our, etc. when she talked about how hard we have worked on our plan. So that is obvious. And I think that, Gabrielle, you're underestimating yourself as an attorney. I think you would be able to stand quite easily up to the ACLU, who I think is bullying here. And because it's not really very complicated. I want her to speak privately in her own capacity. I would fight for her right to do so. But clearly, she was speaking, asking help as part of her official role, whether she said not to, that she wasn't or not. And I would just like to say, I don't know what the legal term is for that, but calling it, saying it's one thing when you can really see that down the line it's not. Where I'm come from, we call that putting lipstick on a pig. And I think everybody in this room saw the word we, our, etc. a lot more than the first statement. So I hope you'll consider that. And I think that the issue of not wanting the voters involved is very, very concerning in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Hang on. Again, please. I have no hands on Zoom. Our final speaker, the last card I have is Kylie Clark.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking strictly as a private citizen tonight. After I emailed HCD on November 18th of last year, notifying them of a referendum recently gathering enough signatures to qualify for the ballot in our town, I promptly shut my laptop and continued on with my life. I didn't give that email another thought until I saw it published alongside the formal comment letters of several organizations regarding our housing element. This is because I, as a private citizen, had merely shared a concern and voiced my opinion. Each of us does this every day, and thanks to the First Amendment, we're able to do so without fear of government retribution. However, for me, this turned out not to be the case. The events that followed after I pressed send are beyond anything that I possibly could have imagined. Since the town council voted unanimously to censure me, I've been harassed, berated, and scolded. I've become hyper-vigilant of my words, and I'm constantly on guard as I go about town. I even had people go so far as to contact my employer and criticize me through my place of work. The town's actions have had lasting impacts on my life, and while they can't be undone, the town needs to take responsibility. As a young woman, I'm striving to create a community that works for people like me, and I was consequently punished for sharing views that disrupt the power structures currently in place. And to be honest, I took this to heart. I take my role as a planning commissioner very seriously, and I was willing to lower my voice even as a private citizen in order to maintain my seat. After the ACLU became involved, I realized that the censure had the exact chilling effect on me that the council seems to have intended. After what happened, I felt like I had learned my lesson, that I should not have said what I said, and that I would not voice my opinion so openly again. And I fear that it had the same effect on other commissioners and committee members. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the sentiments I shared, or whether you feel my communication was constructive, my opinions as a private citizen are protected speech. You are allowed to disagree with me, and I, Kylie, the resident of Los Gatos and passionate advocate, am allowed to disagree with you. Fundamentally, this investigation should have stopped the moment that the Town Council Review Committee concluded that my private actions did not interfere with my role as a planning commissioner. Instead, I was reprimanded not as a commissioner, but as an individual. I'll conclude by sharing with you all that I would not be up here defending myself so vehemently if I did not believe in Los Gatos. I believe that our town can be a welcoming and inclusive place, one where people can live regardless of their income level or the color of their skin. But in order to get there, we need to have honest and uncomfortable conversations. And I want to ensure that other people like me who are working to push this evolving town in the direction of progress do not have their voices silenced. Therefore, I respectfully request that you rescind my censure. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. Thank you. Okay, I do not have any more cards. Everyone sitting there who wants to speak has spoken. I don't see any hands on Zoom. I'll give you a couple more seconds. And I don't see any council member hands raised at the moment. Okay, I am going to close public comment. All right. Now we can move to questions, discussion. Councilmember Runny.
I think the biggest question in my mind is whether we can get this done tonight with 10 minutes to 12, and I'm not sure how clear-headed I am to even speak. So I'm wondering, do we think we can get this done in the next let's say 10 plus 10, 20 minutes, or should we continue the item?
Well, I guess we need a motion to continue past midnight regardless. I did not catch track of time. So would you like to give an extension and see what we can get?
Well, I'm sort of asking the question to the other council members whether they want to try to work through this now or have time to when we can think more clearly.
Okay, Vice Mayor Badami.
I'd like to work through it now to schedule another meeting, drag all these people out all over again. I think we can get this done tonight. I think we just need to resolve it.
Okay, do we have a motion to go past midnight then? Or we usually have to do that by now. So I'll go to the Vice Mayor for a motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we extend the meeting to 12:30.
Okay, I'll second that. Councilmember Hudes. You're muted and we're doing a roll call. Oh, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so we will go till 12:30. All right. So I guess one question I wanted to start with, I mean, well, there's so many things that have come up, but one is people keep going back to whether she was speaking in a private capacity or not. And, you know, in my mind, first of all, people often misspeak. It's not possible for me to be anywhere and not be a council person. It's not possible for someone on a commission not to be a commissioner. They have special information, they have access. I think what we should be saying is I'm a planning commissioner, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the planning commission. And so I would like our town attorney's interpretation of that, because I don't see how we can tell someone to take that hat off. It's not possible. So what is the legal interpretation and what are our commissioners supposed to be doing?
It probably would be an improvement to say that I'm not speaking on behalf of the border commission that I sit on. But I think colloquially, people have gotten in the habit of saying, I'm not speaking as a planning commissioner, but we could work on training to say that I'm not speaking on behalf of the border commission that I serve on.
Okay, but regardless, if someone says they're not speaking as a planning commissioner, does that mean they have to somehow magically remove all information they've ever accumulated as a planning commissioner to speak as a private citizen?
No, everybody has, the information that they have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. Yeah, just on that point, I went back and looked at the code of conduct, and it's pretty clear that it says that you should identify that you are speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the council. And then that translates into the boards or commissions. So I think our language is already there. I don't think that is the language that was used in this case by this individual, and I do think that training would be helpful. I agree with the mayor that's a useful, recognizable concept. The idea of what hat you have on at a particular time, or whether you have a split personality, is just to me is kind of silly. And so I think I think we have it right in our code of conduct, and I think that's the language that should be used.
Okay, thank you. I mean, the reason I was going along those lines is I think a lot of people keep saying, well, she was speaking as a planning commissioner. She was not speaking on behalf of the planning commission. So I'm not going to get hung up on that. Every one of us has the right to voice our opinions. Everybody has an opinion. Everyone has a point of view. And I think if you don't have a strong point of view, you wouldn't get involved in a commission. So, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'll leave it to see if anybody else wants to say anything. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. All right, well, I'll get back to basically the ACLU brought up fundamentally I felt in my gut the whole time. I feel like people say things and people get angry, and sometimes there is a desired outcome without regard for what the process is. And the process by which we came to the censure was not the smoothest, and we already know that we need to look at our process. But the ACLU is pointing out that Ms. Clark has First Amendment rights. All of us do. I've sat here at the dais and listened to people get up and say untrue or unkind things to various members of the council, and we listen to that. We sit here in our council meetings and we protect the First Amendment rights of everybody who speaks in here. And that's part of why I ask people not to applaud or boo. It's to protect the ability for somebody to feel like they can get up here and speak. And we do have rules of decorum and rules for how to conduct yourself in a public meeting, which is what our code of conduct refers to. But our code of conduct cannot dictate people's thoughts or how they behave outside of the role they're playing. So I think there would be a big difference if during a planning commission meeting, a commissioner made a comment like, well, you're just a rich white man or something. That would go against a code of conduct. But using unfortunate phrasing that might offend somebody in a private communication might be a poor choice. I think it's important to treat people with respect, but we all have a right to our own private communications, or even our opinions in a public communication when we're not sitting here. So I can't be as eloquent as so many people who spoke, but I really do think that the censure was too strong, but it's where the council landed. And I think the ACLU makes a good point that we have trampled the First Amendment rights of one of our residents. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at our code of conduct to clarify things. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking in the future for conflict of interest conflicts for all council members and planning commissioners who have a quasi-judicial type role. That might be something we want to look into moving forward for everybody so that it's completely understood if there's some kind of conflict of interest with a job or what they're doing. But that's all separate from the fact that the censure essentially came down on Ms. Clark's letter to the HCD, and it was framed around the words rich white men. And that might be offensive to some people, but it's not her right to make that statement on her own is protected by the First Amendment, just like the right for somebody to call me a member of the Chinese Communist Party is protected. None of us may like it. It may not be true, but people have First Amendment rights. So that's where I stand right now. I don't know if anybody else has a comment on the council right now. You know, and I feel like, frankly, we need to do the right thing for the right reasons, not just because we have a lawsuit hanging over us. I think it's become crystal clear what the issues are, and if people are unhappy, we can address other ways of communication, but I don't think someone should be punished for writing a letter and expressing their point of view and just caring about this town as much as every other person who's in this room. We just all have different approaches. Vice Mayor.
So I do remember that the council vote was unanimous to censure, but moving things along, the ACLU has provided case law that censure and counseling of a planning commissioner was unconstitutional. Our town attorney agrees and recommends rescission of council actions. This issue is very important to our community. We've heard it tonight. There are a lot of complicated issues at stake, but when I make my decisions, I rely on the law and facts. And throughout this process, I have received conflicting information. I need more information requiring outside legal counsel. And so for those reasons, I will be abstaining from any vote.
Okay, I see Councilmember Hudes and Councilmember Rennie with their hands down. I'm not sure. Well, I guess I have a question for the Vice Mayor. If you need more information, are you asking for a continuation? Are you asking, I mean, what would it be that would allow you to make a vote?
I just said what it would take, that I'm abstaining. I don't feel that we've had adequate legal counsel. I think we need higher up legal counsel. No offense to our town attorney, but again, this is a very complicated issue. I disagree with some of the content that was discussed earlier about whether she was acting or stating she was a planning commissioner or as an individual. I think that needs to be explored further.
I have a question for our town attorney. I know we've had discussion about, I know we couldn't have a third party attorney here tonight. What would it take for us to get any further information, or do you think that we would benefit from bringing in another expert on the First Amendment, perhaps?
It's definitely at the council's discretion. If we were to engage outside counsel to advise on the First Amendment issue, I anticipate that it would take about a week to get a firm under contract, and then probably 3 weeks for the opinion. And so if that were the council's direction, this could be re-agendized for mid-May.
And then that would be re-agendized, and then we would go through the whole public hearing again?
Well, the public hearing has been closed, but I would probably recommend putting it on new business so that people had an opportunity to respond to the outside legal opinion.
Okay. I just want to make sure the rest of the council, everybody has all the information they need so they can actually vote. I would want to make sure that we can provide information to allow an informed vote. Councilmember Hudes, do you have any input?
Yes. So this is a complex issue. I think we've heard from some residents and non-residents, who rightly articulate Ms. Clark's First Amendment rights to free speech. And as a client of the ACLU, which I greatly respect and contribute to, especially for their work in voting rights, that they have essentially taken this case and is threatening to sue the town with a First Amendment lawsuit. On the other hand, I've heard from residents two important concerns. One is the First Amendment considerations of the community, as well as Ms. Clark, and also concerns about potential conflict of interest and due process. And so with regard to the First Amendment issues that have been raised, I think that they weren't fully considered when we voted on the censure. But not only does Ms. Clark have the free speech rights, but so does the community, whose elected officials expressed their First Amendment rights by issuing censure, which is a form of speech. This speech is very, very similar to a recent case that Ms. Whalen described, Houston Community College versus Wilson. And in that case, my understanding is that the Supreme Court held that the school board did not violate the First Amendment when it verbally censured one of its board members because the school board itself was exercising its own First Amendment right to free speech. Now, this was litigated. It went to the Supreme Court, but it wasn't identical. And there, you have to ask, are the differences, are they really differences, or are they just a distinction without a difference? But also in our case, there are the First Amendment rights of the 3,400 plus residents who signed a petition for a referendum, whose rights were challenged through incorrect information provided to the state about the signature process. So when I hear about the First Amendment issues, it is complex. And it is not as simple as someone who is an appointee spoke and should be able to say whatever they want. There are limits to free speech. And I think this whole area is very complicated. But the ACLU is a formidable advocate. And clearly, the town of Los Gatos doesn't have the resources to challenge a lawsuit that might have to go to the Supreme Court to get resolved, because our case is a little bit different than the one that they recently addressed. And so in the interest of the town, I think it's best to put aside the First Amendment issues. However, the second area of concerns that I've heard and asked about, and was an original part of the complaint, was potential conflict of interest. And this is a serious issue as well, and one where I would need more information from independent counsel who can help us understand conflict of interest rules with regard to an appointee who has stated in the last session that Ms. Clark was being paid by her employer to do housing work in Los Gatos. And so the question is, what housing work, and was some of that housing work influencing the general plan on which she voted? And in fact, that whole topic was one that Ms. Clark complained about, because she said that the procedure of engaging independent counsel had not been followed. So I believe we must follow that procedure now. So the only way that I would be able to support rescinding is to look at the issues that came up in the original complaint that included conflict of interest. And so I would be able to support rescinding the censure, because I think the First Amendment issues are too complex and too costly for the town of Los Gatos to litigate. But I'm not willing to move forward until there's an investigation of the potential conflict of interest and bias that should be conducted by an independent counsel, and a report provided to the town council for further consideration. So that's what I'm thinking about now. I think we skipped over this conflict of interest thing too quickly. I think that it was again raised in the February 15 hearing, and it was part of the original complaint. And we should conduct the investigation that is part of our process for a serious issue. And this is a serious issue.
Thank you. I guess my comment would be that we may need to bifurcate this. And when you talk about conflict of interest, I think what strikes me is that we don't do a thorough check on our planning commissioners as a routine basis. And so if we were going to look at conflict of interest, I think we should look at that for all planning commissioners and council members. I don't know what that would entail, but I think we would want to do that just to make sure we know what people can be voting on. And then moving forward, as new council members or planning commissioners come on, make that part of our procedure. But I'm not comfortable with specifically targeting Ms. Clark for conflict of interest when we don't know. We care about all of our planning commissioners and all of our council members being able to vote cleanly on everything. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. It's a little bit hard to get to the conflict of interest issues in this situation because it wasn't looked at, I don't think, adequately by the town attorney, who looked only at her employer's work in homeless, when in fact there website, and they state that they do other kinds of housing work that is much closer to what went on here. And I agree that we should look at this for all commissioners and council members, et cetera. But I'm going to go back to what Ms. Clark said in the February 15 hearing. And I asked for a transcript, but I wasn't able to get one. So I listened to the tape and I wrote it down as best I could. It comes from her assertion where she said, as someone who does housing work in a lot of anti-housing cities. And so I asked her to expand on the work that Ms. Clark is doing on behalf of housing in different cities. And is Los Gatos one of the cities that you are working in to do housing work? Her answer was, I attend a lot of meetings. I attend housing element meetings for a bunch of different cities. So then I asked again, are you compensated financially for the work that you are doing on housing elsewhere or in Los Gatos? And the answer was, I wasn't referring to my work as in my job. I was referring to doing work in the world of housing. And so I asked a third question, I said, so you're not compensated financially for the work that you do in housing, is that correct? And her answer was, I am compensated for work that I do at West Valley Community Services, but it was found not to be a conflict of interest. So then I asked the fourth question, are you doing work at West Valley Community Services for which you are paid in the area of housing? And she answered yes. And so in this situation, we have some facts about this particular planning commissioner that was part of the original complaint that I don't think calls for us doing investigation of every planning commissioner. I think this is a serious issue that after pressing and pushing, we did get an answer that raises enough concerns that this should be part of an outside investigation. And so I would only feel comfortable in moving this matter forward if we do get this outside investigation. And I would also remind folks that Ms. Clark organized a session on behalf of West Valley Community Services on March 2nd, 2022, concerning the housing element, which she then voted on, and incidentally, in which some incorrect information was provided. And while Mr. Moore was serving on the Housing Element Advisory Board, and I don't believe that Ms. Clark disclosed the work that I asked about when she was considering the general plan while she was serving on the Planning Commission. So I believe this is an area that needs specific investigation, not a general, wave our arms and say all commissioners need to comply. But this one, I think, needs to be looked into. And I'm certainly no expert in this area, and I would appreciate engaging outside counsel to do that.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, I know you've been waiting for me to talk. I'm trying to clear my head at after midnight here. You've already heard from all the people that are good at making speeches at midnight. So, a couple thoughts. I'll see if I can elucidate them. I agree with what Councilmember Huda said that about the First Amendment. We really didn't consider everything that we should have at the meeting when we did the censure. And it is complicated. I agree, ACLU is a formidable advocate. A lot of things were said that I just don't think are accurate. We were not trying to squash anybody's personal opinion. We really, in Los Gatos for several years now, we've been trying to get our discourse to be more cordial. I mean, that doesn't mean that we don't want discourse. We do want discourse. We want to discuss things, but I think the message we were trying to send with this, or at least I thought we were trying to send, was the use of the particular language took it off in another direction from what was actually trying to be told or explained or discussed or espoused, as you might want to say. And it's obviously, that was the message we were trying to get, that we want to talk about things more cordially. We don't want to get distracted on other courses. Again, this is why I'm losing it now after midnight. But so anyway, I think that it clearly was a mistake to go with the censure based on those points. Although, as I said, the intention was to try to get us to a more cordial discourse. I think that the two, the question of rescinding the censure or investigating conflicts of interest really are separate issues. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we rescind the censure, and we can work on other motions after that.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Any comments? Councilmember Hudes?
So, while I agree we could look at these separately, they do stem from the same complaint, and conflict of interest was part of the original complaint, and it wasn't investigated. Ms. Clark pointed out that there should have been an investigation, and so I would only be able to support rescinding if we also put our efforts into an investigation of potential conflict of interest. I have no idea where that's going to go. Like I said, I'm not an expert in that in any way, but I think it's one where we should have engaged outside counsel, and we can do that now. And I really don't see any reason to do that, to not take a step forward on that. I would be very, very concerned about that. So I would ask the maker of the motion whether they would consider adding the language that, let me get this, that an investigation of potential conflict of interest and bias will be conducted by independent outside counsel and provided to the town council for further consideration if appropriate.
It's clear I'm not going to get a vote without adding the amendment, so I'll agree to the amendment.
I have a question for the town attorney. Part of the comments from ACLU was that we take no retaliatory action. So I realize that this is not an area of expertise, but in your opinion, do you think putting these two things together, saying we're going to rescind, but we're going to just keep investigating till we find something, or if we find something, putting these together, is that going to be viewed as retaliatory?
It will probably be viewed as retaliatory. I don't know that it is retaliatory. It doesn't matter if it's one motion or two. And I think it is accurate to say that the council received information that indicates it's worth examining whether or not there's a conflict of interest. My recommendation would be that the town undertake that review for all of the planning commissioners.
Okay, well then I will ask if the friendly amendment can be that as part of this, because it has come up, but we don't know if there's other conflicts of interest, that the same level of scrutiny and evaluation occur for all planning commissioners and council members, or are planning commissioners more? I would say council members and planning commissioners. Unless you, well, we'll do planning commissioners first, and then we'll look at our processes for the others. But I will.
Well, I would resist engaging outside counsel to investigate every council member and committee member at this time. I think there's enough indication and responses on the record about that investigation here, but I would be willing to add to my proposed language that to investigate potential conflict of interest and bias to the same standard as all council members and appointees are held to.
I'm not quite clear on what that is. So we have a motion.
So I'll read the whole, yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I proposed was adding an investigation of potential conflict of interest and bias of the same standard to which all council members and appointees are held to will be conducted by independent outside counsel and provided to the town council for further consideration if appropriate.
I have a question. The planning commission is quasi-judicial. The other commissions are not. I mean, do we really need that for every one of our commissioners?
I would refer back to the conflict of interest, which I don't have in front of me.
Oh, well, there is, so annually, each board and commissioner has to designate what the reporting category is. And so it depends if it's a board or commission that makes decisions regarding real property or contracts. So one way to split it would be, is it commissions that make decisions with regard to real property or contracts that the town enters into?
Okay, thank you, because some of our commissions are advisory only, and so that would not really fall under there. Councilmember Hudes, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to reread because I think I was fumbling around on that and I had a chance to write it. So what I asked to be included is an investigation of Ms. Clark of potential conflict of interest and bias to the same standard to which all council members and appointees are held to will be conducted by council for further consideration if appropriate.
And so I think the question really is that he's just changing the language for investigation of one person. I think the question is whether we have done our due diligence on all the other planning commissioners, and I would be willing to add his language, but add on to it that our staff will do their second due diligence if it's a second time on the other planning commissioners also.
I will accept that as a second.
And I'm distinguishing between spending the outside counsel on everybody else versus, he's requesting outside counsel for one particular commissioner because there's a lot of complicated evidence, and that sort of makes sense. But in addition, we probably don't need outside counsel, but we should have staff just go back and check the Form 700s and investigate if there's anything beyond that.
So my question for our town attorney is, if we looked at just the Form 700s, would we have found a conflict, or would there be any reason to look further on Ms. Clark?
Based on my initial review, I didn't think there was, based on the information on the website, but based on the information that came out at the hearing, there probably was. And so I think the first step is to look at the Form 700s to see what everybody's source of income is, and then, speak with each commissioner to find out, what they do in their capacity at their employer.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I just want to make a motion to extend the meeting another 10 minutes. Let's take it to 12:40 because it looks like we're going a little longer than expected.
Thank you for paying attention to that. I'll second that. Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Abstain.
From extending?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
We need the motion, right?
Yes.
So we have the motion in the
It's
second.
getting late, so yeah.
Councilmember
Aye.
Rennie? And the mayor votes aye. So we will extend another 10 minutes. All right. So we have a motion and sort of a second. You're the second. I'm the second, yes. And I've accepted the amendment as stated by Councilmember Rennie. So I will call the question. Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Abstain.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. So the vote is 3-0-1, also with Councilmember Moore recused. And the motion passes. So we have rescinded the censure, and we will continue to make sure that our commissioners do not have conflicts of interest. And with that, the meeting's adjourned.